Oh, yes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your time and zone where you are watching us from. This morning we are live. We are live. This is Nelly's TV. This is Nelly's TV. We are here to speak the truth and to preach the gospel of truth. All right. So ụtụtụ ọma, ehihie ọma, mgbede ọma tu onye ọbụla n'agbanyeghị ebe ọbụla onye ọbụla anọ. Okay? Ndewonu ụmụchukwu. Biko dịka ị na-abata kpaa aka na like button. Ikilike like button ọ ga-etinye aka na-eme ka this video na-aga viral. Ọ ga na-emekwe ka ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ na-ahụkwa ya. So biko, as you just come in, click the like button so that ka ndị ọzọ nwetakwa. It's true, some of these things we all know, but the more we go through it, the more anyị na-anụkwa ya more and more, the more ọ na-help to reshape our mind. Okay? Na-emekwa ka anyị na-anụkwa ọkụ, ka anyị na-agọtakwa ndị anyị bụ and ebe anyị si and ihe anyị na-achọkwa. Ọ ya mere mgbe ụfọdụ ihe ọwụ n'agbanyeghị na ọ na-aga viral, will still bring it closer. So biko nunu, and gị na-abata ya bụrụ na imebeghị subscribe, ọ ga-adị ezigbote oke mkpa na imere subscribe. Ma tupu ị na-asubscribe, ị ga-enwe ndidi gegodi ihe onyonyo a, nenegodi ya for at least nkeji 3 ma ọ karịa. Okay, so that ime subscribe ya wụrụ na ọ ga-adịgide. Ma ọ bụghị otu ahụ, a ga-ewepụkwa ya ndị YouTube. So that is our plea. As you come in, you subscribe after watching for 3 minutes or so, and then click the like button to help it go viral, please. Share the video and let it go viral. Share, please. As you are watching, do not just leave. Just share it to people you know. Share it to your platform. Okay. Ndewonu. Yes, ka anyị bidogodi n'ebe a. Let us start from what happened yesterday. Unfortunately, I was not here live to stream it. I was all throughout in the hospital, so coming back in the evening, it was very late. So it is a thing of joy seeing Ohamadike being happy. This is a great leader, and a leader is a leader. A leader is a leader. No matter what, Chukwu kere Maazị Nnamdi Kanu kesie ya ike, daisi kee ya nnọọ kepụ ya iche. Hey, I like this man. I like this man, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. The Lord is with you. Very humble human being. Ọ ga-anọ within just minutes wee mere gị download information nye gị ya. Jụọ ya ajụjụ. Ọ zaghị ya otu obi ya esi wee dị gị ma without insult. Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, we love you. We love you. And we want to see you happy. We want to look at you smiling as this video is. See how people are. Oh God. And agọrị ma lekwa onye soja so ya na azụ, ọ ga-adịkwu dị surprise onye amị a. Onye amị a ga-adị surprise. Nwoke anyị jide taa, nwoke anyị na-emete ihe a. Mana lee ka ndị ebe ọnwụ na ọ gara, ndị mmadụ a na-eturupụ ka ahụ ya. People will be, let me see Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Hey, Ohamadike one of Africa, the prophet of our time, the child of God. God Almighty is with you. And you have made the world know that you know the God you are serving. And you know you trust him, that he cannot fail you. You say that, do you know the God? Do you know that there is God? That the God in heaven is the God of justice. And indeed, he is the God of justice. We love you. All right? Amadike, we want to see you smile. In not this time, you will come out and we will jubilate. And you will carry the flag of Biafra, the land of the rising sun. That had made you to suffer, that had made you to lose even your mom and your dad, that have made you to lose even that your handsome cousin who was videoing it on that day, that fateful day in 2015, that the military invaded your house in the name of Operation Python Dance. A na-agụta 28 mana ihe ha were ndụ ha were karịrị 28. Now nnọrọta na mana ahụ that handsome man, that your cousin who was covering everything. May their souls rest in peace. This Biafra will come so that all the sacrifice they have made will not be in vain. You are a wonderful man. Ị na-eti ndị zu mmọnwụ, ị na-eti ha mgbada nwụrụ anwụ n'isi. Gaa n'iru. Okay? All right. Na-atụfugo oge ka anyị kpọgodiri gị egwu gị. Yes. Free Maazị Nnamdi Kanu.
Biafra is only asked for. Every night and day he's shouting and pointing to one direction. But his own people are blind and saying it's causing division. Tell me why someone who sacrificed his life for you and I. Tell me why out of sight has become out of our mind. He's asking for nothing and cares about not for his people emancipation. No. But there is a breaking news to those who never knew. Permit me to give you a clue. In the morning sun will rise. There is a breaking news to those who never knew. Permit me to give you a clue. The morning sun will rise. He lost daddy and mommy and he live for nothing, doesn't care about nothing and abandon his family. Take your time and think what he's going through. He doesn't want to give up but to protect you. Even when they throw him African choo-choo. Oh no, free Nnamdi Kanu now. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. You hate him because of envy. We love him, he's one and only. We follow him because he's ready to die for the freedom of his people. Whatever he said is a prophecy. Take it when you live in it and you believe. He's so fanatical and never ready to die for the freedom of his people. There is a breaking news to those who never knew. Permit me to give you a news. In the morning sun will rise. There is a breaking news to those who never knew. Permit me to give you a clue. The morning sun will rise. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. 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 Everybody know my job is singing.
All right, all right, all right. Ndewonu, ndewonu, ndewonu. Please, as you come in, click the like button while we play this jingle to usher in our supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Our prayer also goes to Mazi Simon Ekpa, that God Almighty will grant him freedom, that God will deliver him from where he is, and set him freedom, and grant him justice also, because they committed no crime. All right, let's go. It's happening. Okay, click the like button, share and subscribe. Very important. As you click the like button, ọ ga-enye aka the message a na-aga viral. Ọ ga-emekwa ka ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ na-anụ ihe na-emeni. So we have so many things to discuss, so many things to bring to our notice, just to refresh our brain ma ọ bụrụ nke anyị hụgoro before. So enweghị overdose na ya. Okay, we could call people in. Now let's go as to start from what happened in Supreme Court, the jubilation in the mind of people. Otu obi aṅụrị mkpara ndị mmadụ ụnyaahụ by seeing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, ma ndị nọ na kọrịdọ ma ndị nọ na windo, onye ọbụla na-enyo ka ahụ Ọhamadike, nwoke ọma, nwoke ukwu. Let's go.
That I'm 7 ekwesịghị. So when you're not in her office, so this is the thing. They give a directive that count 7 doesn't exist anymore. So that they should amend it, change it, it doesn't exist. I still play to that same 40 law.
Yes, it was an error.
It's not an error, big error. So I want them to correct
That
it.
was one of the motions we asked, that appeal should be set aside.
That's correct.
And it has not been heard.
So yesterday, Mazi Ọhamadike, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu went to Supreme Court. 2 days ago, he was in appeal court to tell the appeal court to stop Omotosho, because Omotosho is standing to jail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu under the instruction of Nigerian government and the Britain. So he is standing. That is why he is doing as if he doesn't know the law. Oyameroji even trying to bring a law that has been repealed, a law that does not exist anymore. Kojiri away Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ikpe, forcing him to enter the fence. It is not a new thing, a new story. So because of that, ha hụgo ebe Omotosho na-aga. Sorry. Thank God for his council team. They are doing well. The council team are trying. So ọ kakwanụ mma otu a ha kụpụrụ onwe ha n'isi, maka na Nigeria wụ nnọọ ọnya ka ha na-esiwere onye ọbụla. So nke ha kụpụrụ onwe ya n'isi, ka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu bụrụzie obe ya. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu bụzi obe nke ya o. Ị hụrụ ya? So ebe he's dead already. So let him carry his cross. Ka ị marazienu onye ị ga-agakwu ga mewa accuse. All right. So he went to appeal court to appeal that Omotosho should stop the judgment, because he is refusing to tell him under which law he was judging him, or he was going to use to crucify him. All right. And don't know ma, hey, Nigeria na water. Nigeria na water. Ha agagonu Maazị Nnamdi Kanu si High Court wee mee appeal to appeal court. Appeal court wee declare ya discharged and acquitted. Agakwa Nigeria ekwehu. Asịkwa again from appeal court wee gaa Supreme Court. Supreme Court wee rule that one, Nigeria failed it by invading Maazị Nnamdi Kanu's house in Afarukwu, Ibeku, Umuahia, where they unalived a lot of people and attempted to buy him. He escaped for his dear life. And it was at the shock of what happened and the chemicals which they spread around there that got the parents infected, that led to their dying. All right. And also that Nigeria went to Kenya and kidnapped Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Na nke ahụ wụ an international offense committed by Nigeria against Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Ha wee rulekwa again that Maazị Nnamdi Kanu did not jump bail because Nigeria gara na be ya with armored tank, ọwụọkwa one armored tank, armored tanks, with armored tanks, with a battalion of soldiers in his house, and he ran for his life. If he did not run, ihe a na-akọ today, or ihe a ga na-akọ. So for that, and he told them that appeal court has ruled that he is discharged, so that Maazị Nnamdi Kanu committed no crime. That was Supreme Court. But because they were under supervision of ndị dunyere ha ozi, because they are afraid of their masters, so what did they do? They still say that Maazị Nnamdi Kanu should go back to High Court and start again. And that is the problem. That is the problem. Where those on high authority will be using force to force those under them to do what they don't want to do and to do what is wrong, what is illegal, what that is not obtainable in any way. I have never seen where such thing happen. A case will go from lower court to the highest court, and we come down from that highest court back to the lowest court. That is even another flaw on Nigeria. That is another weakness of Nigeria. Na ikpe si na court nta wee ruo na the last court wee sikwa nke kachasị elu wee tukwuo again. And this is the second time, Chineke nna. This is the second time the court is going to appeal court that has the same over the same case that the appeal court have ruled and discharged, quashed. The same Supreme Court that has ruled that now this man committed no crime and should be released. This court is going back again to the Supreme Court, the second time. See, Nigeria, Nigeria ka na ndị na-achị Nigeria, kedu ka ụbụrụ ha dị? How did they reason? Do they think about what will people say about the same country ha na-protect? Do they think about that? Ka one case m ga-anọ na-agwọtọ o si ebe a ọ ga-ekpe Even this Supreme Court also brought it to their notice that even Kenya court has ruled in favor of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And do not forget also that West African court has also ruled in favor of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Yet, Nigeria na agwọtọ ha si n'elu agbada n'ala. Thank you, Mondo Osas, for joining. God bless you. Yes, God bless Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I love this man, Taya. Honestly. And I'm telling him that we love him. We love him. And we want to see him smiling like this. A leader is a leader. So, this court that has ruled in favor of this man, and Nigeria is still holding him. So now, this particular case, this particular one, n'agbanyeghị nke ha jiri eji na 2012 or so, right? This recent one, ha mere a kidnap from Kenya, which have lingered for 5 years. No judgment, no case. Onweghị ikpe ekweghị ihe okpukpe. The same court na repeat his own way two times in the same Nigerian court. Kai, ebee ka ụdịka ihe a na-eme? Ebee ka ụdịka ihe? Unu shake godi the whole world. Unu ga-godi the whole world gburugburu. Just know wugharịa. Cheke ma onwe ebe ụdịka ihe a na-eme. That a case will come from lower court and go to appeal court. And appeal court will set the person free. That same court will not obey her law and still hold the person. And the case will also go to Supreme Court. Supreme Court, Supreme means that it is the highest court. And the Supreme Court will rule in favor of the same person. And yet, could not do the needful. And the court will leave the Supreme Court down back again to the lowest court. Hey. Now it is going back again there. Now water. Now, ihe mere yesterday, riri ndị army, ndị DSS personnel, riri ha ọnụ. Look at this soldier man. He's even surprised. Look at him, looking at the people chanting solidarity chant. Chanting in solidarity with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, God of mercy. See a calm man. See peace in his eyes. Looking at his eye, you see peace. Looking at his smile, you see peace. Onyunu na shibodo terrorists. Hey, Jehovah. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a good man. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a man of God. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a great leader, full of wisdom, full of knowledge, full of the Spirit of God. A prophet that when he tells you this, it will happen. Let's see it again before we go to the news. Please click the like button and share this broadcast.
That I'm 7 ekwesịghị. So when you're not in her office, so this is the thing. They give a directive that count 7 doesn't exist anymore. So that they should amend it. Change it.
That they acknowledge it, that such doesn't exist in the law. So they acknowledge it and they will amend it. And you know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been submitting appeal upon appeal, and the way in Omotosho Nekwe may recognize. Nkowune may submit, Omotosho may suppress. Any appeal Mazi Nnamdi Kanu submit, Omotosho will suppress it. Suppress even for him to go and receive medical treatment. But that God in heaven has given Mazi Nnamdi Kanu healing. You are healed completely in the name of Jesus. Amen. Omotosho is just trying to frustrate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in every angle. But that God of justice, that God in heaven, who is the God of justice, is giving him justice. So now, this submission, which Omotosho has been refusing, and you know, he wanted to make this submission. He told us that God is fighting the battle for us. In my X handle, I said it that according to Exodus chapter 13, from verse 13 to 14, that is what is happening. That is what is happening. When God arises, no man can stop it. When the time of God is due, you can't hold it. You can't stop it. He will use every instrument. Even your enemy will be in peace with you. He will even use your enemy to make way. Britain. Britain will come out to say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a supreme man, is a courageous man. They will say it. Okay? And that is the work of God. He wanted to make this appeal. They refused and told him to come in person. They said that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should come in person to come and make this submission. And look at what happened. He went to go and do the submission. See how everywhere was. Hey, yeah. Everywhere was. See, look at it again. See, I like seeing this smile. I like seeing this smile. Ụmụnne m, share Hamadike. Now, throw him flowers of love. I'm so happy seeing this face like this smile. I'm so happy. All right.
That can serve in equity.
Okay. It has been submitted.
I submitted. So when you're in her office, okay. So this is the thing. Hanging, they give a directive that Count 7 doesn't exist anymore. So that they should amend it, change it, it doesn't exist.
They refuse.
I still play to that 740 law.
Yes, it was an error.
It's not an error, big error. So I want them to correct
That
that.
was one of the motions we asked. That appeal should be set aside.
That's correct.
And it has not been heard.
So it was in error. Okay? So that it was in error. It was in error. That is it. Okay, next let's see this other. Let's read the news. Let's read the news that follows. Let me see whether it's this one. You see this. I don't know. Let's see. Oh God. All right, wait, let me just see whether it is this. No, this not is this one. Not this one. Okay. Let me see. Let's see. Okay. All right. Let us read the news. This is Daily Post. This is Daily Post. Daily Post News. Nnamdi Kanu files preliminary objection over repealed terrorism charges. Okay, they are charging him for terrorism. How can you do that when you have terrorists everywhere? Now, Daily Post, is it Daily Post? Yeah, Daily Post News says, all right, it says, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has filed a preliminary objection over his continued prosecution for terrorism. He says, Kanu said prosecuting him on the charges of the repealed Terrorism Prevention Amended Act 2025 violates Section 1(3). Section 1(3), okay? And Section 36(1), this is Section 1, page 3, and Section 36, page 1 to 12, all right? And Section 42 of the Nigerian Constitution and Article 7 and 26 of the African Charter. Ihulia, if na dey with the and Articles 7 and 26 of the African Charter. So even the African Charter has condemned what they are doing. So it does what they want to use to charge him does not exist. Have you seen it? So he filed the preliminary objection before the Justice James Omotosho led Abuja Federal High Court with suit number FSC ABJ CR 383 2015. All right, we go further. It says the embattled IPOB leader, thank God they are not using the proscribe. Oh God, they no more proscribe now. The embattled IPOB leader is insisting that Omotosho must rule on the motion before he enters his defense. So Omotosho, who has been refusing to rule on his motion and wants him to enter a defense by fire by force, that is how they force people to accept wrong thing. When they kidnap you, when they took you wrongly, put you in prison, they will torture you and force you to accept na izurori while ị mmadụ shock nkịtị o shock iwedebere mmadụ ịnapụbanye ya mmadụ, ha ga-force gị to accept that n'ọgụ nwazuru shock so that ka ha jide ya wee maa gị ikpe. That is Nigeria for you. Okay, so the embattled IPOB leader, hey, it's not embattled, no more proscribed, ndị Osho, is insisting that Omotosho must rule on the motion before he enters his defense. So you have to explain why the law you want to use before bar defense. Ọ naghị ajụ ajụ na ọ gaghị aba defense, but you have to tell him. So imezie define ọbazienu defense ebe a nke ọ ga-awụ unu n'ana. Hey, Chineke nna. Hey, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. The motion reads, look at the motion, look at what Maazị Nnamdi Kanu filed in his motion. The motion reads, a declaration that the continued prosecution of the defendant under the repealed Terrorism Prevention Amendment under the repealed Terrorism, that is in bracket Prevention Amendment Act 2013. This is when that law was amended, 2013, and Omotosho is bringing it forward in 2025. Amended Act 2013. And upon a prescription order obtained ex parte, and upon a prescription order, okay, a prescription order obtained ex parte and without fair hearing, violates section 1 paragraph 3 and section 36 paragraph 1 to 12 and 42 of the Constitution and Article 7 and 26 of the African Charter, and is therefore null and void. Omotosho knows this thing. It's not that he doesn't know it. He knows it. But because they want to carry out a wicked act against an Igbo man, against a honorable man, they want to use a law that has been repealed. It goes further to say it. A declaration that the Federal High Courts, ex parte ordered, ex parte order prescribing IPOB obtained without notice or hearing, and while Justice Binta Nyaku's substituting rule that IPOB is not an unlawful society remained in force. I take this again. Justice Nyaku even agree that IPOB is not unlawful society. How can you say that a race is a terrorist? A race, the whole Igbo race, ọkwa ihe ọ pụtara. Indigenous people of Biafra, nke mụ na onwe m sokwa, nke gị na onwe gị na-ege m ntị sokwa. Ebee ka a na-eme ụdịka ihe a? It says again, a declaration that the Federal High Court's ex parte order prescribing IPOB obtained without notice or hearing, and why Justice Binta Nyaku's substituting ruling that IPOB is not an unlawful society remained in force is unconstitutional, unlawful, and cannot grant criminal liability. Have you seen it? Binta Nyaku has said it, and he is standing on that rule, on that subsisting rule that she gave. An order striking out or permanently staying an order striking out or permanently staying counts 1 to 8, save count 15 of the amended charge dated 14th January 2022 for being barred by double jeopardy, okay, having the same factual ingredients as counts 6 to 14 earlier struck out by the Federal High Court on 8th April 2022. You know how many counts charges they hold against Nnamdi Kanu? 15 count charges, and the order strike out count charge from number 1 to 8. From number 1 to 8, remaining number 9 to 15. Okay, so now let me take this place again. Kudo mara ihe ndị Nigeria that they don't even know what they're doing. And others striking out or permanently staying counts 1 to 8, save count 15 of the amended charge dated 14th January 2022 for being barred by double jeopardy, having the same factual ingredients as count 6 to 14, earlier struck out by the Federal High Court on 8th April 2022. Since then, and they are bringing it back again. An order declaring that the defendant's extraordinary rendition from Kenya without extradition proceedings or due process violated Section 36, Paragraph 1 and 9 of the Constitution. The Extradition Act, Cap E 25 LEN 2004 and Articles 12 and 13 of the African Charter, thereby robbing this honorable court of jurisdiction. An order nullifying all proceedings conducted in breach of the defendant's right to adequate facilities for defense, confidential communication with counsel, and fair hearing, particularly the eavesdropping seizure of legal materials and denial of unmonitored access, and for such further orders as this honorable court may deem fit to make in the circumstance. The IPOB leader said his continued prosecution, despite the binding Court of Appeal discharge of 13th October 2022 and 8-day post judgment detention constitutes flagrant contempt of court. I take this again. The IPOB leader said his continued prosecution, despite the binding Court of Appeal discharge of 13th October 2022 and 8-day post-judgment detention, constitutes flagrant contempt of court. All right. The motion of preliminary objection was supported with an affidavit deposed to by Kanu himself. The motion of preliminary objection was supported with an affidavit deposed to by Kanu himself. They told him to come himself to come and do and file the motion, and he went. Abuja wee na-ekwe. Hey, Amadike. According to the affidavit, I, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, male, adult, British citizen. I take this again. I take this again. Aderele nnọọ ụtụtụ ọma Nwachukwu. Joyce ụtụtụ ọma. Good morning to us all. Ndewonu. We move. Please share and like, share and click the like button. Clicking the like button will help this information to go viral and to help this platform to grow. Please. All right. Where am I? I take this again. Oh, Tobugum. According to the affidavit, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu na-agwa ha, I, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, male, adult, British citizen. Britain, ọkwa kunu na-anụ ya, ọ ka na-agwakwa unu, British citizen, which you people abandoned because no nwe dark color, because no nweghị color unu wee mee ya abandon. You abandoned him because he doesn't have your color. A British citizen. I think America cannot even do this kind of a thing. America cannot do it. Sowore was not even a citizen, because the wife of Sowore is a citizen, and she moved. America came into Showore's case, and Sowore was released in that first time. Apart from this one, Tinubu released Ria. That first time, but Britain gave a deaf ear to her own citizen because of interest. Maka interest. How can you abandon your citizen? So, according to the affidavit, I, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, male, adult, British citizen, and Nigerian, currently detained at the headquarters of the Department of State Services, Abuja, do solemnly swear and state as follows. Let's hear. That I am the defendant / applicant in this motion, and I depose to this affidavit based on my personal knowledge, except where it is otherwise stated. I was first arrested in Lagos on 14th October 2015 by officers of the DSS led by one Temisan John, and I was subsequently first arraigned on 23rd November 2015 before the Abuja Chief Magistrate Court for charges of criminal conspiracy, intimidation, and leadership of an illegal organization, IPOB, etc., whereupon I was granted bail, but the bail order was not obeyed. The bail order was not obeyed. On 16th December 2015, I was discharged by the Abuja Magistrate Court pursuant to an application brought by the DSS on grounds that the Magistrate Court lacked jurisdiction to try the charges. Una anụrụ ya? Na nke 2015 ahụ, say, on 11th November 2015, Justice Adeniyi Ademola of the Federal High Court, Abuja, granted an application through under Section 27, Paragraph 1 of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013 by the DSS for my pre-trial detention, whereby my detention continued. On 17th December 2015, the same Justice Ademola ordered the DSS to release me forthwith and unconditionally, since no charge was pending against me. And the time of the order, Justice Ademola was later arrested and Chineke. Let us take this place again. Ka nghọta ihe mere ebe a. Said on 17th December 2015, the same Justice Ademola ordered the DSS to release me forthwith and unconditionally, since no charge was pending against me at the time of the order. All right. Now, Justice Ademola was later arrested and detained by the DSS because of this order of release. Chineke nna una nukwara this kind thing. DSS now arrested the justice who asked them to release Nnamdi Kanu because there was no charge against him. There was no criminal case against him. So after that release of 2015, they now went back and arrested the man and detained him. Nigeria wukwa no lawless country. Chineke na. Yeah. Because of the release, they arrested him. He says, while steps were being taken to free me from detention, oh God. While steps were being taken to free me from detention pursuant to Justice Ademola's order of unconditional release, the DSS/AGF filed new 6-count charges against me and 2 others before the Federal High Court, Gangaru, Abuja. The charges bordered on criminal conspiracy again, treason, everybody, treasonable felony. Unu ahụkwara ka treasonable felony a si wee na-abịa? Unu ahụkwara ya? Have you seen it? Treason, illegal importation of radio transmitter and possession of firearms. Chineke na. Defamation of late President Buhari and the membership of an unlawful illegal organization, IPOB. There were no charges bordering on incitement of terrorism. There was nothing like that. On 23rd December 2015, I was arraigned for the first time before a Federal High Court presided over by Justice Muhammad in Abuja. The judge was later rescued from the case. rescue this case from one person to the other. Omotosho will soon hands up. Omotosho will soon hands up because on a tight corner. On 26 September 2016, I appeared before another judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Soho, Justice John Soho, who later transferred the case to Justice Binta Mutala, Justice Binta Mutala Nyanko. Ebe a ka case wee baa Nyanko n'aka. Ọ bụdịghị the first person that had been. How many persons now? Unu anụkwa Chineke nna. Nobody. Onwego onye ga-ekpeta ikpe ahụ. They cannot. Una huru since from hand to hand, since when? He said, on 1st March 2017, we want to read this thing so that Kamara, the real story. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is telling his story now. About how this case has been happening. So gather and come here, let us hear it, please. I know a lot of us doesn't have first-hand information of this. Oh, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is his content. These are his content on the motion he submitted. All right. On 1st March 2017, pursuant to my motion, Justice Nyanko particularly upheld my preliminary objection and struck out some of the counts. Binta Yako struck out some of the counts, including the one relating to membership/management of an unlawful/illegal organization or proscribed organization, that is IPOB, CXB, MNK. 1. All right. It further is, on 25th April 2017, Justice Yaku granted me bail. Here, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's motion appeal. On 25th April 2017, Justice Nyanko granted me bail and I was released the same month. The case was then set for trial on 20th October 2017, whereupon I traveled to my hometown of Afaruku, Ibeku, Abia State, and awaited my next trial date. Between 10th and 17th September 2017, the Nigerian Army, aided by other security agencies, joint forces, including the DSS, launched military operations against me and my family at my ancestral royal home in the said Afaruku, Ibeku, Abia State, which directly caused me to flee Nigeria and thus ultimately miss my next trial date set for October 2017. My parents, who were at home during the attack, sustained several injuries from the military attack and died a few days apart from the complications of their injuries. Oh God. Shy. Shy. May their souls rest in peace. Mama and Papa, you people have a great son. God Almighty knew that you were standing on the right. And may God accept your souls. May you have peace at the bosom of God Almighty. You have a God-given son. Oh God, it is well. It is well. 28 persons, mostly young people, were killed and many others taken into custody and detained to this day at Wawa barracks. Since that 2017 up to date, they are still there. Ma ọ bụrụ na ha ka dị ndụ, to this day at Wawa barracks in Niger State and other disparate military stroke DSS locations in Nigeria, ma ndị nọgasị n'ebe dị iche iche. In January 2022, the High Court of Abia, in January 2022, the High Court of Abia declared the said September 2017 military assault as a violation of my fundamental rights and awarded me 1 billion naira and ordered the complainant to apologize to me. The court also called on the federal government to pursue the path of amiable settlement of the charges standing against me. See Exhibit MNK 2. We go further. All right. On 20th September 2017, the federal government succeeded on an ex parte application that proscribed the IPOB and declared it a terrorist group. The application was filed the same day, 20th September 2017. Imagine, filed the same day, and that same day it was granted. No hearing, no fair hearing, no question. That same day it was granted. Ha gbapụ na redio gaa mee ya, ndị Nigerian Gutter News wee buru ya everywhere na-akpagharị the proscribed IPOB. The IPOB appealed the proscription, and following the decision of the Court of Appeal upholding it, the IPOB proceeded on appeal to the Supreme Court, has now settled the brief, and has equally filed an application for injunction pending appeal. Sorry. The process are currently pending before the Supreme Court. To date, the respondent in the appeal, that is the complainant, okay, that's the complainant, and his confederate, has neither filed his brief nor countered the application for injunction pending appeal. Okay, they have not filed any counter appeal for injunction pending the appeal. To be sure, 6 of the 7 count charges levied against me are predicated on the said ex parte order that remains non-final, as it is currently pending the determination of the Supreme Court. As it is currently pending the determination of the Supreme Court. On 18th March 2018, the African Union, through its Human Rights Tribunal, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, in an interim decision, declared the proscription of IPOB and my arrest and prosecution as violations of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which Nigeria ratified in 1983. Consequently, have you seen it? So African Charter has also proved it. Nigeria mmụọ ọjọọ na-achị ha o. Mmụọ ọjọọ na-achị this na-achị ha. Because it is only onye mmụọ ọjọọ na-achị ga na-akpa ụdịka agwa a. Consequently, the commission issued a cease and desist. Consequently, the commission issued a cease and desist directive to let President Buhari to hold any further arrests and prosecutions in order to prevent irreparable injury to myself and the IPOB. See Exhibit MNK 3. Now, wow. On 6 October 2020, the United Nations Special Rapporteur, okay, on 1st October 2020, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms, while countering terrorism, declared the proscription of IPOB stroke the terrorist tag and my arrest stroke prosecutions as violations of international human rights laws and an act of discrimination against the Igbo ethnic group. See Exhibit MNK 4. Ndị be anyị sokwa na this trend of history. This is a history o ga-aba n'archive. How Nigeria is unnecessarily stubborn. Have you seen? Even UK, even United Kingdom rapporteur has also given a judgment. But in Nigeria, because they told them, be calling them proscribed, they will still be calling it. Wow. In October 2022, the High Court of Enugu State declared as unconstitutional the executive and administrative steps taken by the federal government to proscribe IPOB and awarded 8 billion naira. Una hụrụ another one against the complainant. This judgment is subsisting and not appealed. See Exhibit MNK 5. None of them is appealed. In November 2018, so soon after I managed to make my way to Israel. Okay. In November 2018, so soon after I managed to make my way to Israel, I took prompt steps to execute a detailed deposition personally sworn to by me, in which I fully disclosed my location. I fully disclosed my location. He told them that he was in Israel. In the affidavit, I copiously averred to the life. I also averred to the life and death reasons bordering on the said military assault and the complainants on unrelenting hurt of my person. Okay, which altogether compelled me to flee for my safety and self-preservation, and I undertook to return to Nigeria and appear for my trial if my safety from the complainant could be granted. Yet, this affidavit was never considered by the former trial judge before she revoked my bail. Have you seen this kind of a thing? Maazị Nnamdi Kanu nọkwa n'ebe ọ gbalara ọsọ ndụ ya and made an affidavit assuring them that he is ready to come to Nigeria to defend his case if only his life was granted. But they never gave ear to it. Rather, they went further to revoke his bail. In the case of my exile abroad, I traveled to the Republic of Kenya several times. Have you seen it? That was not the first time he had been going to Kenya. I traveled to the Republic of Kenya several times solely on my British passport, using his British passport. And on 12th May 2021, I entered Kenya as a bona fide British citizen and was legally admitted as such on my British passport. I carried no Nigerian passport. After my admission, I settled in at a temporary location in Nairobi, Kenya. In Nairobi, Kenya. My nose is blocking me. On 19th June 2021, I drove myself to Jomo, Kenya. I drove myself I drove myself to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, Nairobi, Kenya, on a personal errand. And as soon as I pulled to a stop at the parking lot of the airport and alighted from my vehicle, several armed men, later determined, okay, so airport, and aligned from my vehicle, several armed men, in bracket, later determined to be agents of the complainant, that is agent of Nigeria, okay, violently accosted and abducted me, handcuffed me, blindfolded me, Chineke, bundled me into a vehicle and speed away. Chineke na Kenya airport, no security was there to stop them. My abductors took me to a nondescript private house. No, not a police station or other official location. Somewhere in Nairobi, Kenya, and chained me to the floor. Hi. Throughout this ordeal, I was not shown any Kenya arrest warrant or extradition warrant, nor was informed of the existence of any such warrant. While chained to the floor, my abductors took turns beating. Hey, so nke a tiche, nke a anọrọ, Jehovah, Chineke nna. Oh God. While chained to the floor, my abductors took turns beating and torturing me to the point that I fainted several times, and was intermittently revived when they poured cold water on me. Jehovah. Jesus. That is ahụ ekweghị m, but we have to read all this out. It is a long one, but we have to read it. That is, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is telling his ordeal. Biko, share these broadcasts, please. Share these broadcasts. This episode is supposed to go viral. So nke a tiche, nke a bịa kwụọ ya. On several times he fainted, then he were mmiri oyi wụọ ya. After o mere revive, he mekwa continue again. Hi! Oh God. I remained chained to the floor for 8 days and was not allowed to bathe. Was fed only bland. Was fed only bland bread once a day and given non-sanitary water to drink. Oh God. Oh, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ịtagokwara Biafra ahụhụ. Hey, Chineke nna. my entreaties to my adopters to avail me medications for my hypertension were flatly refused. They also refused to present me before a Kenya court or public station or any other official law enforcement facility to any other official law enforcement facility, and I was not allowed a phone call to a lawyer, my relatives, or doctor. On the 8th day, 27th June 2021, my adopters brought me out of the house. Who owns this house? In Kenya. Kenya government should make an investigation. Who owns that house? Who that house belong to? It is their duty. The whole world should put Kenya under subjection to release to release the identity of the owner of that building of the house where they took him illegally, gave him illegal beatings and torture, dehumanizing him. On the 8th day, 27th June 2021, my adopters brought me out of the house, bundled me into a waiting car. Have you seen it? Into a waiting car. Drove me straight to the tarmac of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, where they evaded Kenya, Kenya immigration and forcibly bundled me into a private jet that departed the airport at about 12 noon on June 27, 2021, and arrived in Abuja, Nigeria, in the evening of the same day. Throughout the flight, I was handcuffed to the iron rail to the iron rail of the aircraft seat, which caused me significant wrist bruises. My legs were also my leg was also managed in a very painful and excruciating manner. On arrival in Nigeria, I was taken to and detained at the headquarters of the National Intelligence Agency, NIA, in Abuja, where I spent the first night sleeping on the floor. Oh God. With very bright electric bulbs deliberately left on throughout the night. 2 days later, I was transferred to the DSS detention facility in Abuja and held in solitary confinement. On 29th June 2021, I was presented by the DSS before Justice Binta Muritala Yanku, and without notice to my counsel of record before the court conducted a hearing and remanded me to the custody of the DSS pursuant to the DSS application. The complainant's counsel was present in court and addressed the court, urging my non-prison remand. Between June 2021 and January 2022, post-redemption, the complainant amended the charges several times and in the process dropped all. The pre-rendition charges, except the one that bordered on importation of a radio transmitter. All the 14 new charges or post-redemption charges bordered on a membership of IPOB and incitement of terrorism, and they were brought under the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act (TPAA) of 2013 that was still extant at the time. On 26 August 2021, the United Nations Special Rapporteur the United Nations Special Rapporteur Tutore and other cruel, inhuman treatment declared my abduction, disappearance, torture in Kenya, and subsequent extraordinary rendition to Nigeria as a violative of all pertinent international laws. See Exhibit MNK 6. In July 2022, the United Nations Human Rights Council, in an opinion, declared my forcible return to Nigeria and absence of extraordinary proceeding in Kenya as an act of extraordinary rendition, and directed that the unconditionally release and compensated declare that I be unconditionally released and compensated. See Exhibit MNK 7. Oh, now wow, this is so big. In October 2021, the Federal High Court declared as unconstitutional my arrest and continued detention in Abuja, and awarded 500 million naira to me and against the complainant. See Exhibit MNK 8. I know this is long, but we want to read it all so that let's share this. All right. On 8 April 2022, the Federal High Court, okay, Quran, Justice Binta Mutala Yanku struck out 8 of the 15 count charges and set down 7 counts for trial, whereupon I appealed to the Court of Appeal against the remaining charges. On 13th October 2022, the Court of Appeal in a landmark judgment allowed my appeal, held that the Federal High Court lacked jurisdiction to try me due to the complainant's reckless and reckless and grotesque violation of my fair hearing rights of extradition, and the reason to extraordinary rendition, and it consequently discharged me from all charges. Yet, the complainant refused to release me from detention, justifying it on a stay of execution it obtained 8 days later from the same Court of Appeal. Prior to my discharge by the Court of Appeal, the TPAA 2013, under which I was charged and still charged, had already been repealed by the Terrorism Prevention and the Prohibition Act 2022 TPPA, which came into force in July 2022. The complainant appealed the Court of Appeal's discharge to the Supreme Court, and on 15th December 2023, the Supreme Court set aside the Court of Appeal's judgment on jurisdictional grounds, but affirmed the act of rendition as illegal and criminal. So a na-akpọ Nigeria a criminal country. Una hụ that it is not we, maka YouTube na-eme nke ha na-eme. So you see that it is even the Court of Nigeria that calls the act of Nigeria a criminal act against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So it then remitted the case to this honorable court for trial. See Exhibit MNK 9. Wow. Amadike, you have no case to answer. You are a winner. All right? So that is it. What do we have to say over this case? What do we have to say over this case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? We have seen it, that he has no case to answer. Ndewo Shishi Nwanyị Ọma. Good morning, my beloved sister. Good morning. So this is it. This is a whole download of the journey of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from 2015 up to date. This is his whole journey. And that is what he has gone to Supreme Court to submit to them. All right, let us see another thing. As we have so many things on the table. Let us see another thing. Please click the like button and share and subscribe. All right. So let us see another thing. He has won the case. He is a winner. So Nigeria enweghị any case against him. Right? Which one is this? Let me see. What is this? Whether it's no. Sorry, that is not what I want. Sorry about that. Which one is this? Okay, let me see. Let us see this one. See this. All right. Let us hear this.
Ja, du wolltest schon immer mal deine eigene Webseite erstellen. Dann zeige ich dir jetzt, wie ich meine eigene Webseite hier erstellt habe. Denn
now you have seen how Nnamdi Kanu take a detailed description of his journey, everything. So which country behave like this? Ebe ka Nigeria ga-esi wee gọpụ na this thing. Ebe ka a ga-esi wee gọpụ? Everything is very glaring, very well detailed and articulated. So let me see. Because Omotosho is bent off jailing Nnamdi Kanu so that he will have his remaining balance. Maybe Ekwego Yankwa annoy well. They have promised him annoy well that if he execute this judgment, you will have this. He can weigh oil well. That is even in our backyard. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. So that is it. Oya meroji agbagari ihe niile ọ na-agba to see that he fulfill his own side of the deal. But ọkwagonia iku na-ejugo. Right. Let us listen to this news. This was the few, we showed what happened in the court the last time. So this is the full incident on that day. So I just said, let us bring it to see the full thing. And likely Nigeria on that 20th, let's see whether Nigeria will still go to court or whether they will still insist. So we are watching now to see what is going to happen. So, but at least Supreme Court has accepted his submission. Mana Nigeria wono, the more you look, the less you see. So the number one person there, Yoruba, she's the Yoruba woman. So let's see whether Tinubu or Gakboya through Nigerian politicians in the southeast. Now Nnamdi Kanu dey free. In fact, let's go further. Let's hear this news. Please click the like button, okay? And let us try to share this broadcast. Let it go viral. Click the like button. Very important.
Directives of the Supreme Court, judgment in FRN v. Nnamdi Kanu in suit number SC/CR/1361/2022, delivered on the 15th of December 2023. The relief I'm seeking, my Lord, is a very simple. The expulsion from the records of this very honorable court, the purported plea of not guilty entered by myself, the defendant, here the applicant, on the 29th day of March 2025, the same having been obtained under deception, coercion, and in clear violation of Section 36(6)(a) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, and in defiance of the Supreme Court's binding directive in FRN v. Nnamdi Kanu. I'm asking my Lord for an order setting aside all proceedings conducted pursuant to the said defective plea, including but not limited to the scheduling of defense, witness summons, and trial dates, the same being founded on a nullity ab initio. An order declaring that the seventh count charge, dated 29th March 2025, disclosed no triable offense known to law, having been founded on repealed statutes, namely the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act of 2013, repealed by the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act of 2022, and the Customs and Excise Management Act, Cap C45 LFN 2004, repealed by the Nigeria Customs Services Act of 2023, and in flagrant disobedience of the Supreme Court's order for amendment, and order striking out the charge in its entirety for want of jurisdiction, the same being incompetent and void ab initio. An order directing the immediate release of the defendant's applicant from custody, there being no valid charge pending before this very court, and such other orders as this very honorable court may deem fit and just to make in the circumstances. It was dated, my Lord, the 6th day of November 2025. Thank you, my Lord.
Yes, I think
The position was heard a few minutes ago. Motion by the defendant filed this morning. The motion was introduced by the defendant a few seconds ago. Lord, I do not intend to file a counter affidavit, but I rely on the proceedings of this court, which is attached to the motion as an exhibit. So I do not intend to file a counter affidavit, but I just seek your lordship's permission.
what parts of the proceedings are you relying on?
The defendant attached the proceedings of the court marked as MNK 01. And I'm also relying on the record of this court in order of your worship to take judicial notice.
The same record.
This is a part of the main record of the court. These are just some few pages of the date when he took his plea.
Can we go into it? Let us see. I've not read it. I just want what I've not read.
I have seen it. It is the defendant's present in court of 21st day of March 2025. That was the day when his lead counsel, Kanu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Dr. Nichipazu, Koro, and that number of them appeared.
Nnamdi Kanu's court session on November 7th.
So, we have seen it that was a full ordeal. How Nnamdi Kanu was defending himself in the court in submission of his appeal. No, Judge Anaju Yajuju Onaza. So, but they didn't want to show the judge. Oh, yeah, Mary, we block this thing here. All right. So that is it. We have already read it. Let us have other things and see other things that have been happening. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is vindicated. He is being vindicated. So let us see which other one now. I think I'm done with this one. You know, this one that I just read the news, Nigerian news. Okay, yeah. So let us see this. Let us see this. All right. Just give me a minute. I'm coming. I'm coming. All right. I'm done with this. I think this should go. I'm done also with this. I'm done with this. You should go. I'm done with this. It should go also. So, right. All right. I'm done with this too. This should go. All right. So let us hear this true saying too. All right. Sorry. Okay, let us listen to this. This man is one of the people that say the truth things. Okay. Ndewonu. Orlando, you are welcome. Yeah, good day, beloved. You're welcome, dear. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you. So now let us listen. You will hear the saying, but that man has been so positive. And
That's from 7.
even the army itself.
So
I'm very, very confused.
So this is the thing. Hanging, they give a directive that 7 doesn't exist in law. So that they should amend it, change it, it doesn't exist. I still play to that same 14 law.
Yes, it was an error.
It's not an error, big error. So I want them to correct
That
it.
was one of the motions we asked. That appeal should be set aside.
That's correct.
It has not been heard.
So this morning, Nnamdi Kanu,
if anybody, when we
Supreme Court and Nnamdi Kanu.
So if anybody, when Nigerian citizens see the details of the Supreme Court statement today, they will marvel at how, after saying all these illegality that the federal government and their security agencies committed, all they had to do was that the primary court said, the appeal court said that the primary court had no jurisdiction. So they condemned the appeal court for taking that decision. Therefore, because the primary court had jurisdiction, the case should go back to them. So if in all these atrocities they committed, they had killed Nnamdi Kanu, what would be the basis of the primary court and its jurisdiction? What would be the basis of it? You know, when I studied, I talked about judicial rascality. So what it empowers is security rascality. Because you cannot tell other police, army, navy, air force, condemn them plainly, and then you exonerate them. So you give them license to kill Nigerians, just like they are doing in Plateau, killing people. They are doing in Benue. Herdsmen are killing people. But you haven't had any person in this country condemn the herdsmen of Nigeria for killing hundreds of thousands of Nigerians. You haven't had them condemn the killings in southern Kaduna. So the security agencies are being encouraged to recklessness. And recklessness not about spoken word. Recklessness with gun, killing Nigerian citizens. So if anybody, when Nigerian citizens see the details of the Supreme Court statement today, they will marvel at how, after saying all these illegality that the federal government and their security agencies committed, all they had to do was that the primary court said, the appeal court said that the primary court had no jurisdiction. So they condemned the appeal court for taking that decision. Therefore, because the primary court had jurisdiction, the case should go back to them. So if in all these atrocities they committed, they had killed Nnamdi Kanu, what will be the basis of the primary court and its jurisdiction? What will be the basis of it?
And that is the problem, Daddy. That is what I have been asking them, assuming that all this while they have been trying to buy Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Orlando, there is a link here. We have a link. If you want to speak, there's a link here. So because I don't really know the area, what she's saying. That woman who know Onyara Ko, she's a mad woman. Okay, so Onyara, I don't know the video Mere recently. So if you want to bring it to the injunction, bring it to the notice so that we can also speak about it and others will hear and talk about it. So there is a link here which you can use to join if you want, but I just want to play some of these notice, very important things also, okay, so that we will now talk, deliberate dịka ụmụnne kwuo, because ọtụtụ ihe mere even in that first day of a Gunta meeting, something happened that I want to talk about also. So ọ ga-adị mma ka anyị karịkọta ya ọnụ wee nọ kwuo. All right. Hapụ na Ada Ndị Osho. Yes, so he is the man that God positioned for us at this particular period of time, this heat period, because they don't want Biafra to come. That's why they are working against him. They are trying to see how he can give way, but they don't know that God's hand is in this case. Okay.
And look at the whole panel, about 7 judges, not one Igbo man, not one person from the southeast, not one person from the south. So it's a contrived business to put that boy, to put him behind bar.
7 judges, no Igbo man, all of them. That is just it. All their plan is to put him behind bar. But there is a God in heaven who is the God of justice.
And we have been asking that they should turn into Kuje prison. They refuse. Why wouldn't they allow him to go to Kuje prison? Why keep him at the DSS?
Denken Sie an ein Leben, in dem Sie sich keine Sorgen mehr um Rechnungen machen müssen. Ein Leben, in dem Sie Ihren Kindern die...
Why? So it shows you that Nigeria is not interested in fighting insecurity. Because if they were interested and they love this country, they would have seen that Nnamdi Kanu is a major instrument that will bring security. Southeast will be a beginning. The other parts of the country would have been a follow-up. So it's unfortunate that you condemn security forces for the crimes they commit, and you exonerate them by keeping Nnamdi Kanu there and asking that we go back again, to start case from, Federal High Court Africa. What actually is the sin of Nnamdi Kanu? Asking for justice for his people. That's all he said. That the Southeast has been completely, excommunicated from everything that happens in this country. So we pray that this young man, I don't know whether you have had the privilege to speak with him, one of the most brilliant young men you can ever come across. Not only is he brilliant, but well spoken. Why this one shows you that we have no values. Can you imagine a boy that a whole zone respects? A whole zone respects him. Who else, apart from M.I. Opara in those days and Dr. Nnamdi, they don't have as much respect as this young man. That would have been an advantage for Tinubu and his government with the National Security Advisor to say, look, how do we seriously start to curb this insecurity in the country? If this boy is so loved by his people, why don't we sit him down and discuss with him, know where he's coming from? If there are things he's agitating against we can solve, we'll start doing something. And look at Northwest and Northeast. Look at where the country is today. Everywhere is war, killing people. Killing is no more, it's an admirable, concept in Nigeria now. Any day nobody is killed, you don't hear it, then it's abnormal. But in the normal day, hundreds killed in herdsmen in Plano Plateau, in southern Kaduna, in the southeast, then not to talk of the bandits and Boko Haram in northeast and northwest. That one is a daily occurrence, killing hundreds of them. We're a country without statistics. If we have good statistics, people will riot to know the number of Nigerians who are dying. Every town now, in all parts of the country, people are burying people. People go to bed, they won't wake up. So it's all cumulative effect of total insecurity. Probably you do work somewhere, nobody pays you. You are working for somebody, you are not paid. You go to bed, you are thinking of what you will tell your wife in the morning. You can't pay school fees. The man goes to bed and won't wake up. I will say, God, please take my life. Why am I living? When a man cannot take care of his immediate family, what life is it anymore? And you don't want people to react. Young men leave school, no work, and they see somebody who rigged an election and goes to Abuja and he buys a armored plated jeep for 160 million, and you want him to go and sleep. His parents sell their property to train our young men and women, and they come out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. They can't say good morning, thank you to their parents. They will look at their parents without any hope of tomorrow. Parents who have trained their children, we should have hope that their children should get back to train, take care of them. But it's not the case in Nigeria. And we don't appear, our legislators are not interested. Executive all over the place are not interested. So I don't know how this problem will be sorted out. I normally find it very difficult to discuss a profession that I'm not one. But common sense also tells you that you can reason. If somebody is talking, you can reason. But it's painful because some patriotic egos, I saw 1 or 2 senators there who left everything they were doing to come to the Supreme Court with some hope. Because if you listen to the judgment of the appeal court, it was fundamentally very literate, accommodating on every aspect of it. So people were very hopeful that the appeal court would uphold the judgment of the Court of Appeal. The Supreme Court will uphold the judgment of the Court of Appeal, and that would have been a case done for. But unfortunately, because if you were in the Supreme Court, like I was, we were there as early as 8:30 in the morning. And when he started running this judgment, on every aspect of that case, he condemned the Supreme Court condemned the federal government of Nigeria. In fact, they used the word illegality not less than 20 times. The killing of people at Nnamdi Kanu's father's compound, they even named the number of people killed, the rendition from Kenya, how he was kidnapped. It was difficult to believe that after condemning the security services for unauthorized and unorthodox behavior, kidnapping Nigerians and killing people anyhow, I have never seen a court with that kind of finality in terms of condemning public officers who were working for government, telling them, you don't take the laws into your hands, only to finally, because they said they disagree with this appeal court, that the lower court had no jurisdiction. It was the basis of what they are doing, that they should now go back to that court because it has jurisdiction to hear the case in the first place. That's just a matter of it. So if Nnamdi Kanu dies, after all this illegality, what case are they going to hear? This boy has been under detention for how many years now? Even the Supreme Court was asking all these questions too. The illegality that has been meted against him, and yet they still will go back again to the federal high courts, where we then will start begging for bail. He even condemned the government, that court, for revoking his bail. That was the exact statement of the Supreme Court. So you don't even know the basis of their final decision. So when people say that there is a judicial rascality in this country, you cannot but agree with those people, because unless it affects you, you won't appreciate why they said so. Because when you at the whole Supreme Court, everybody bent his face down. All lawyers were so astonished. To talk of embarrassment is an understatement. But in all cases, as a Christian, we give glory to God.
Yes.
Hi,
Yes.
my name is Elise, and today I will show you my day of
Yes,
being a
I
full-time
love this
student at
man
42 Berlin.
because anybody standing with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, what is wrong with
the man is not guilty. Everybody knows the truth. What?
So anybody standing with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I like you. Okay? Standing with Ohamadike. We have so many things. Well, Yeah, okay. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, Shai Orlando, it's quite unfortunate. I want to know, you can put a hint of what she was saying, but I will talk about her. So maybe if I get across the video which she used to do the rubbish, then I will put any abaya now. I want to show how. Okay, so okay. It's quite unfortunate that you are to work now. You are not be in position to come online. But if you have the opportunity, well, fine and good. All right. Ada ndị Oshowo onye akpari. All right. Please click the like button. The like button is not encouraging. Click the like button so that YouTube will help to push it to go viral. This is a real download of what happened in Supreme Court. All right. What I read is the ordeal of Nnamdi Kanu since 2015. Okay, so it's a real ordeal up to date. And then we saw him how he was making his submission, presenting it in the court. Onaza. So kudos to our leader. Kudos. I love that guy too much. All right. So let's bring another thing. Let's bring in another thing. Orlando, you are wonderful. Wisdom, you are welcome. They will, yeah, they will. God bless you. Thank you for joining. Yeah. All right. Please click the like button. Very important. Let us see this. All right. I'm done with this. All right. This one, I am done with this. This one. Okay. Let us bring this. This mgbe a ka anyị ga-ekwuzi okwu ihe mere ni. Biafrans, I know you people were there. Some of you, yesterday I went to hospital. I couldn't come back on time. So, but at least it's good for us to touchlight what happened. First of all, what happened 2 days ago, the meetings, the ex discussion that went on with Gunther. Some things may happen. I didn't see it on time, honestly. As I said, I am with a little accident which I'll be managing. It's just for love for us, that's Naputa. So, but that one year, I couldn't know what happened. Even yesterday, I just put live stream on AMA. I was all throughout in the hospital. So, mgbe m batara abịa hụ that Nagunta was online and our Minister of Information was, I think, Aderenle onye nyere m that information. So before I would join, it was already, people have already gone. But onye mere m surprise, some people I don't just know. Ndị a pụtara na na-asị na ha na-ajọ azọ Biafra, but they don't want Biafra. Really. Ụfọdụ wuru ndị a na-eduhe ihere ekwesịghị ha. I have been looking at onye dịka university ịgwaga eziokwu. I have been thinking, mgbe university na-anọ na space, ha na-host to space. I have been thinking that university is responsible. I have been thinking that in truly not sure of Biafra. But that day surprised me. I couldn't fathom it. Emegide ponder over his speech. Even as I was in the hospital, I was still pondering over that one. Look at me. See exactly what does university want? Ịhụrụ somebody. Unu ma ndị be anyị. Unu ma na ndị Europe dị na-eme wayo. Ndị Europe dị ezigbote wayo. Ha hụla na ọkụ dị over. Mgbe one woman, this German lady, onye isi ha mpụtara bịa kwuo that they cannot allow Sahel region to go. and they were against Russia president, okay, because na Russia batara into Africa wee na tikoni nke ya kwa na-agbakapụ ha because of ọgụ ha na-alụtara ha na Europe, ha na onwe ha na-alụtara. So ha bịa lee anya who that how resolute we are, and the Trump has come into this matter. Okay, it's true, no na-abata the genocide of Christians. And who are Christians? All ndị Igbo who Christians. So o nwere ike ya bịa site from our kasị na ihe a instead of that, let there be division so that we know how to manage this thing. Ọkwa ebe a ka okike ga-asị wee pụta. All right, so ndị a ahụgo how the trend is going. Ha ahụla ebe ọkụ na the beam of the light is going. Ha sị na ha gaa n'ụlọ ha kpakọ ọnụ sị mba ka ha bidokwa n'ụtụtụ chụwa ewu ojii before chi ejie. Nke a ọkụ na-acha ka ha bịa kwụrụkwa Trump US n'azụ na sọpọtụ. You saw all the whole question na this video nke a ya na our APM. So the discussion revealed things to me also. They came the mind of these people. All right, how much ihe na-emeni? They know. All common people are amaghị, but ha nọ na politics ma what is happening. And this Gunther is not a small man. Gunther is a rep. He's an European rep. For maka ndị na-amahụ, he's an European rep. And ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme, Europe is aware of it. In fact, ọ ha nyere ya this assignment ọ na-eme because ha chọziri ime align ka anyị nwa hapụkwa ịgbanarị ha. Otu Russia na-eme grab some part of Africa, so let them come and stand. Ọ gasị na US dịkwa ka ọ ga-emezisia champion ka anyị bịakwa ọ bụrụ na this business ma ndị a nwere the blessed, ha nwere resources, so let's see how we can partner with them. But mana nsogbu adịghị unu bịa. Okay, so otu ha batara, and this man came. You don't play their intelligence. They know what they are doing, and they know what they want, and they know what have they come to do. Ọ bụrụ ya ka this light na-achị ihe a ka university ọ bụrụ na nacho Biafra university ka ị ga-apụta at this point upon all the unu si n'oge nkere nwe how many criminal charges anyị nọrọ na ebe a wee nye unu lecture ihe unu na-amahụ, kụziere unu ihe unu na-amahụ. Unu si na o mere divert account na o wepụkwara PM, wepụkwa onye nka wepụ nka. We came here and lecture you people ebe unu amaghị ihe and expose arụrụ na unu na-arụ. Ọ bụrụ ya ka this man ga-apụta university upon ezigbo ihe ị ga-ekwu, instead of you to say this man ihe ọbụla ha ga-eme, let them help Biafrans to get their freedom. University, you came out without shame. Ịbịa na-ekwu that the movement, the former APM who has been sacked, the former Minister of Information who has been sacked, that is the who is piloting this affair is the CRC Briggy Governing Council. Who is Briggy Governing Council? University. The thing rụrụ m afọ and see that yesterday na m ga-eweta ya na table, but unfortunately I couldn't. Ọ rụrụ m afọ mana ka ihe sadị enyekwara university nnọọ time okwugide rubbish niile ọ na-ekwu nnọọ. Sack APM, the former sacked APM, the former sacked Minister of Information. So who is your APM now? Or who is your Minister of Information? Who is the Minister of Information for Briggy? University. Unu Waramu University or unu send the area this thing. Let university hear it. Who is the Minister of Information? And who is the Briggy Governing Council in the Pope? We are not how they move this thing. Ebi Purisi. Now whom are Fox News, now whom are France News, where they are reporting, even BBC, where they are reporting that Brigi through their lobbies are moving seriously, pushing forward seriously for the freedom of Biafra through the acting prime minister. University, you have not seen all those news. Na ike gwukwara o. Ike gwukwara. I was thinking, I said, how can university do this thing? I was thinking, I was thinking that this guy has is intelligent. Oputabia is say this man sprints do dodge. Onasia sprints do dodge. So go to Aputa call so dodge. Can you use the dodge to express all those things garbage out here? But the man no no with English so I say go ahead and ask your question. How can you come and be in a or Austria sprints do dodge? On a language yeah. You can aju ya aju. Ị na-ajụ ya ma ọ na-asụ Dutch? Mba, ọ naghị asụ Dutch. Ọ gị nwa ga-akụziziri ya Dutch. O chebu na ọ ga-eji Dutch wee kwuo gịnị ka ị ga-ekwu dị nwuni with Dutch ahụ? Not just please do Dutch. Mba nụnụ. Ị na-ajụ onye Ọstria ma ọ na-asụ Dutch. Ọ gị nwa bịara abịa ga-akụziri ya Dutch. Asụsụ ya. Have you seen how dangerous people can be? Instead of you to talk about the freedom and if that be a problem in the house, and thank God for the man, very intelligent. Because honey, gara even Jamina University, or back that na German fought their own internal war. They fought their internal war. They made a protest every Monday. Every Monday they will troop to the street. Every Monday, how got put on a street, made protest, Monday protest for a whole. It's not 3 years. How many months? For 3 months or so. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not too sure again. But I know in that 3 months or so, or 3 years. I don't really know. I can't remember. 3 months or 3 years. Now Germany. Sister She, I think you can help me out. May protest on every Monday. This Monday, sit at home and in the May and they think Germany may react consecutively every Monday. No air shot or down everywhere. Auntie. This German ogbara babata asylum. This German no will actually call you see way bata. It wasn't easy for them. Then on and the man understood saying that in this kind of struggle, there will be internal problem, there will be political problem, and the problem is not far from some people because of money, some because of power, and that is it. Gini ku no choro. No choro. Kai noro no nisi. You don't want Biafra to come. Well, another thing, well, Remedios, I understand his plight. All they can. Anya ya emepego. But here ekwebegia. Pride ekwebegia. And in the ana yaso. Nde dika adando show na Biafra disunite wo group ya. Emebegi shaking. So ya na onwe ya amazigi ihe oge eme. So mgbe ọ pụtara isi na ọ na-agwa ndị be anyị okwu, I loved what he said, okay? Because I'm putting the record straight, no matter who you are, okay? Ị na-emejọkwa ikwu nke dị mma gasị gị, but ịgbawakwa your lane ka ị chọrọ ịgbawa ya. So Remedios Oseo, because ọ hụgonu si arụsị onye mbịara university bịara ebe a ịbịa kwu apart from ihe a na-ekwu ofute another thing to come and change the narrative, to come and change the topic, to come and create impression ka this man say, oh, Europe ka chọrọ ka ha bata into this thing to come and do support America to do the needful. And not gwara unu in America where decisions are being made, ọ ga-asị, which means no had to be serious. But I thank God that he understood. And the layers understood very, very well. Mere no jiso no hụrụ this Biafra. We will go to this Biafra until it is achieved. No matter what you do. Oya mere ma mgbe vamvamva na-akọ ya ọnụ, onwego onye ọ tụpụrụ ọnụ. Remigius sị, we abụghị ebe a ka anyị ga-abịa kwuwe ihe a. Ihe anyị na-ekwu okwu ka anyị ga-esi nweta Biafra. Onye ọwụ na ga-enye anyị Biafra, si nye onye ahụ ohere. Whoever that will give us this Biafra, give that person a chance to carry on. Una hụkwara Remigius to say that kind of thing. So it was a good one. Because he has gone to that Arusi and see it himself. Where jirize ya wee go jirere ya wee ire ya wee go eze ya ọnụ and saw the truth. So what university came here to do had the puria. Fail, you failed university. You have failed woefully. Your idea is dead on arrival. Okay? Nah, university surprised me. But shame on you that you cannot see all these publications put here and there, not written by Ogenkere. Hey, Osemo Governing Council. Who is Governing Council? Where is Imam Madrabo? That your leader. Where is he? Where is he? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is a prophet, knows what he saw. Oh my God. Na US. Now say US should stand up. That if US come in, there will be a change. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is our prophet, knows what he saw. He was calling on US. And Chineke na we were Mazo Gechukwu Nkere dowe na US. At a time like this, at a period like this. Hey! All through these lobbies, consulted by Mazo Gechukwu Nkere, under the leadership of Mazi Simon Ekpa, Mazo Genkere has been the one that had been working with them, moving with them. All you want with contact. Because he's in America and he knows who is capable. Makano Nachongo Biafra, unuburu all propagandas, all allegations. Adando Shogini Koma. Ginika Adando Ram, Oji program, Oko Ahurumia one day, Oji Gunta Wene program. So come that program, Ginika got another program, Oji Gunta Weme. Ginika Adando Gota. Adando, this kind of publication, can Adando come and read that publication and explain what has happened? Adando, that first hand news about the Fox News and the BBC News and the other ones. Adando, okay, that kind of news, no one, no Hebrew propaganda. Onye nka who criminal, onye nka who this, onye nka this one is that, this one is that. Just to character assassin is just what she's doing. Why will you be damaging people's character without a base, without facts? We are past that stage. I can't go that stage. The only thing I know, I who damage you, name, I am a weputaya, where one how evil you people are. And let people to know the truth. Okay? Biafra, just look at them. University, you are a disappointment, big one. Nkadando show moyo fenkupu. No magi ye neme ya ka ona amaho, mana o machakwa. the woman who power corner show. Mere no jichekwara ebe nyere ya prophecy na asị ya na ọ ga-adị n'elu Biafrans ga-asọpụrụ ya, and that was why Vam pụtara wee na-asị that oh goddess ọ ga-worship ya ma ọ ga Biafra. Shame on you people. So ebe ka ahụ dị Vam nke ugbu a. You people don't know what has been happening. Thank God for this period though. Do you know the revelation nwoke a mere? Also, ama ndị mmadụ take care of it. I will play it. That Europe nwere intention issue na all the freedom fighters to Nigeria. Here their secret plan. So Oweju Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, so Mazi Ogenkere. So now we are telling EU not to do that. So ebe ọwụ na European country, ebe ọwụ na na-ekwu Biafra, achọrọ gị and mee gị repatriate for you to go to that zoo country ebe a na-egbu ndị mmadụ ka na-egbu ọkụkọ. Ịgwa gị na ndị a dị arụrụ ana. But to thank God that Trump came in, that America has risen. So ha nwee shegharịzịa uche ha wee they now turn back. Ọkwụnụ hụrụ Britain. Britain will soon join this struggle. So let us listen to Gunta and this discussion with the APM. So I will be analyzing it. So many things. In fact, I was so happy with the way APMC will respond. MNK worship uja na atom beto mesha obia land ya kwuo ihe o kwesịrị ikwu. Hey, msi ya kudos. No. God's plan, you cannot change it. You cannot thwart it. Let us go further and hear what happened. All right? Please click the like button. Ndị be anyị nụ. Biko nunu. Oh God. Click the like button and share this broadcast. Please share it now. Share it. And call people to come in. Share. Biko nunu. The number is not encouraging. And this broadcast, the one who reach you. Biko nunu. All right. Yes, Orlando, Ndewo. Thank you. All right. So let's go.
European and international audience, the case of the Biafra Republic.
Is it allowed?
And first of all, yourself, your position, and your call for freedom, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gunter, and thanks for what you're doing for humanity, especially for Biafra. My name is Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere. I'm the current acting Prime Minister of Biafra Republic government in Ezza.
He said, I am the current acting Prime Minister. Makande say, Prime Minister. He said, I am the current acting Prime Minister. And for goodness sake, for crying out loud, remove that acting. What is there? Prime Minister. When you are on the seat of somebody, okay? Let's assume that Donald Trump no holiday and the vice president is acting on his behalf, or any other person, not even the vice president, or trust, sit on my seat. If you come to that office, you want to address that person now, even if it's a common man, you will respect that person and call him and address him as the president, because right then, who you are seeing is the president. All right? So, and that is why, like this man, Gunta, you see, he was busy addressing Mazo Ogechukwu Nkere as Prime Minister, because he has the full capacity to act as the Prime Minister. But in the let's go.
I'm a freedom fighter.
Let's start. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gunter, and thanks for what you're doing for humanity, especially for Biafra. My name is Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere. I'm the current acting Prime Minister of Biafra Republic government in exile. I'm a freedom fighter, advocating for the freedom of my people, Biafran Christians from Nigeria, because they have been persecuted. They have been for decades now. They have been marginalized, butchered by these Islamic jihadist terrorists that collude with the Nigerian terrorist state. Why we call them terrorist state? Because they colluded with the terrorists and they arm the terrorists. So my goal is to fight to free the people of Biafra. The people of Biafra deserve to live. The people of Biafra have the right to live in their God-given land. And what happened in 1967 to 1970, we don't want that to happen again. So that's the reason why I have chosen this cause to fight for the people of Biafra and for the freedom of Biafra and for humanity. Thank you, Mr. Gunter. Thank you very much.
Mr. Prime Minister, thanks a lot. Tell us a little bit about 67, because I have already started on my tweets to apologize for the genocide and the lack of international support for the Biafran people. But what exactly happened in 50 years ago during the genocide against your people, and what were the positions of the world, and describe it a little bit for our international audience?
Thank you very much. Before the genocidal war that started 1967 to 1970, there have been onslaught, killing of Biafran Christians. And the Islamic jihadists, they have their father, Osman Dan Fodio, in 1806. He made it clear that their goal is to Islamize the Biafran people, is to kill the Biafran people and take their land from them. Their goal is to change the Biafran people from the God they worship, Jehovah, they are Christians, to Islam. After the amalgamation, why the Biafran people, they come in good faith because they can coexist. It don't matter your religion, we are good people. And, we try to coexist, to work with the North, not knowing they have an agenda. And the agenda is to overrun us, is to Islamize us, is to terrorize us and take over our land and turn us to Islam, which we are not, compatible, but we try the best we can. So little do we know, they start waging war right after the 1914 amalgamation. Gradually, at first, they act like everything is okay, like we can coexist. So there's too much killing in the northern part of the East Nigeria, just like what is happening today. All over the news, we find out that the leader of the free world, President J. Trump from United States of America, have designated Nigeria a country of particular concern. Exactly what is happening today is what is happening before 1967. Killing of Biafran Christians in the north, killing of Biafran Christians all over Nigeria. Then that's the reason why our leader then, Ojukwu, now declared Biafra. And before then, he tried to see if there's anyhow we can solve this problem and have a regional government, which the East we govern, have their own region, govern themselves under the same federation. Why the North and the Southwest, the Southeast, and after a meeting in Ghana in Aburi Accord, then when our leader then, Ojukwu, get back to Biafra land, a call came across to Gowon, which, championed the cause of Nigeria then, that he disagreed with the agreement at Aburi Accord. The agreement at Aburi
Mr. Prime
Accord.
Minister, not to be too complicated, because many of the international audience, they don't know the case of Biafra so well. So I would like to explain. It goes back to the British imperialism and the way the British have built one country, this Nigeria, together. They forced all the nations to live together. And from the beginning, the Christians from Biafra, they were suppressed and always a minority, which was under the sword of the other centralist government. And so they were suppressed from the beginning. And then in 1967, Biafra declared independence. And then there was this big starvation campaign and the boycott of Biafra, which led to a genocide, and millions of Biafran had to die. And I'm apologizing for the neglect of the West, and we didn't help you. I'm very deeply sorry for that. And then you had to live again in the Nigerian state. And today again, your nation, the Christians, are facing prosecution in Nigeria. And President Trump has now somehow torn the international attention on the issue of the Christians.
So, Donald Trump has drawn the international attention. Okay? Have you seen it? So our APM was trying to give him a background of how everything was, because the target, no Cube, no Igbo Cube, 1966. It has an Igbo Cube. However, the war, no Biafran war, that no rebel, you know. So that's why our APM was trying to give a background. But but thank God he has summarized everything. He summarized everything, and everything he said is what happened. So they know the truth. Okay? They have written it, they have known what has happened. So also you have to help those people that did not know about the history or what happened. Yes, some did not know. Oh, yeah, what I had true news. Can't believe. They just believed the news, which was championed by BBC against Biafra. So, but now that they have now put the record straight, or see here, that now they're very sorry for what happened. The West could not help. And Nigeria were making in support. So they are very sorry about that. And that now Donald Trump has called the attention of the international world to support Biafra. Okay? Under the height of the genocide that is happening in Nigeria. And who is pushing this? The lobbies. Whom you people said, Nayana Ogen Keren AJ say photo. No, ga obura akpaga say photo within the lobby. So such a photo gineme ogu. So photo ahụ na-ese ọkwụrụ na ahụ the result. O segidege photo ahụ wee ruo Trump anya. Trump wee kirie photo a wee sị, onye dịwe onye a ya na ndị lawmakers m na-ese photo. Onye nwe onye a ya na Ted Cruz sere foto. Onye a ya na Michael Rubio sere foto. Onye dịwe onye a. Every time Moral Global ha na ha na-ese foto. Who is this person? Asị ya, aha ya wụ Maazị Ogechukwu Nkere. Ọ na champion the cause of Biafra independence after they kidnapped their supreme leader, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, and their APM, Maazị Simon Ekpa, in Finland. So he is now the acting prime minister, and who is working with the lobbies. And the news is carrying it. Ogenkere's name is there. Adam Osho, that course you are laying is on your course already. You can't lay course on the head of an innocent man, of a free man, and you think it will work. Nelly sigi ka ọ na-ada because ịhụgo na ibugo onye abụrụ ọnụ, ahụ ọkpakọrọ gị ọnụ. Ahụ na-akakọrọ gị ọnụ. Abụgo gị ọnụ already. O ya mere isi ebe a, ịgbaba ebe a, isi ebe a, ịgbaba, ị ga-akọsụ a problem. Ịgbapụta, ịbịa tiekpo, asoro gị bịa na-anụrụ asịrị. Ịgbaba n'ebe ọzọ, ije kọsụ nsogbu. Ịgbapụta, bịa tiekpo, asịrị gị bịa ịnụrụ asịrị. That is just your work. Ihe awụ your duty. And ihe ahụ ga-emebi gị, ma o mebigo gị already. So course niile na-eleyi nke unu na vam letere onwe unu n'elu isi gị ka ọ dị. Maazị Oge encouragiri gị ọfọ iritere aka nsị n'aka ya. Okay, aka nsị gị na-aba gị n'ọnụ, ọ ya mere iji eme all these things. Ono ncha ọkwa Biafra disunite si no, just give them it's not 3 months, just give them 3 months or 4 months, they will disappear in the social media. None of them. But to look at the person is worse. In fact, his name, Unemego yourself, or where was he popular? His name is going top now. His name is going in the international news. As far as Biafra is concerned, his name has been written as one of those that fought for the liberation of Biafrans. It is a record. He has made that history. So Adande Osho, you cannot change it. So Kosuni Ninele is on your head. Okay? So let us hear him again.
In the Nigerian state, and today again, your nation, the Christians, are facing prosecution in Nigeria. And President Trump has now somehow torn the international attention on the issue of the Christians in Biafra. You are now the acting prime minister. Tell me what you want to achieve.
Our goal and what we want to achieve is to exit Nigeria, of which we went to Finland 2024, Latin Finland. We redeclare Biafra. Over 50 million Biafra cast their vote to exit Nigeria because we found out we are not compatible. We try everything to make it work. Biafrans are Christians.
You have declared already independence.
Yes, we redeclared Biafra in December 2nd in Latin Finland.
And there was 15 million people declaring for Biafra.
Over 50 million voted. And we have delegates all over the world that convert in Finland, of which 517 delegates. 517 delegates cast their vote to solidify the count and to ratify the vote of over 50 million to exit Nigeria. So our goal is to have our separate nation, Biafra.
And that is what these people need. That you are saying what and he has already called Biafra a nation. Okay, they have accepted it. This man is representing Europe. So Mazo Genkere, you have spoken well. All right, this is what they want, and that is I give kudos to Rage and Fury also. Rage and Fury came and thank God that he just came in. They gave him chance immediately. University Biamesi up. Rage and Fury came and solidified that over 50 million Biafrans voted, which he himself was part of those people that were educating people on how to cast their vote. And the man said, "Wow, that's a huge victory." All right. And now Mazoge Chukwukere has solidified it that after that voting of over 50 million, there was a gathering in Finland which they wanted to destroy, but God did not allow it. That gathering was where delegates from different countries in very different part of the world gathered, over 500 people, to also cast their vote, solidifying the authenticity of that the authenticity of that vote of over 50 million. So their own vote made it authentic. And that is what he has said here. And the man is nodding head because this is what they want. Do people really want to exit? Yes. Over 50 million voted. Okay? Instead of university to come and say this thing, yeah, they are kuru rubbish. Briggy Governing Council. Which Briggy? Briggy is not two. Only one Briggy, government in exile, amply represented by the acting prime minister. Yes, we have to pray for Simon Ekpa, just like Orlando said. Yes, I said it that time. Maybe don't say hug no je hug waya oyema, because so many things. That hugging, ngozi nye perfume, adandu shaga hug. All the thing they went to do in Finland was to stop this movement. And you people cannot stop it. Leno Hamadike no na Nigeria. Now I got more momentum. Now I got more people. Those that were not supporting are now supporting. He is gathering more followers for this cause. For this cause. Unwade anoro. Na agbambo okpuru because of your own personal interest. You no go work for now. Biafra or nothing.
Fully support Biafra Republic and freedom and ex-Nigeria, but there are representatives from Nigeria going to American media, like for example Tucker Carlson, and then they say there is no genocide in Nigeria. The Christians are just living fine in Nigeria. And then there are reports where every day 8 Christians are killed in Nigeria. Mr. Prime Minister, what's the truth? Are you the victim of a genocide or not?
The truth is that it's all over the media, and we have some investigators that have been on ground in that Nigeria. There is a genocide, and there is a war going in Biafra land as I'm speaking. The Nigerian state have waged war upon the Biafrans to make sure they crush the Biafran people, because we resist.
Good.
That we must be free. Tucker Carlson, I do watch him a lot. I respect him, but I don't believe he have been in that region. So the fact is that there is a genocide. So for years they're trying to, sweep it under the rug. The fact is there is a genocide, and it's still ongoing. It haven't stopped yet. That is the fact.
Good.
So, Mr. Prime Minister, when some of them say that there is no genocide, you reject it. It's clearly that the Christians are prosecuted in Nigeria and that you are a victim of a state-sponsored campaign against Biafra and against the Christians in Nigeria.
That is actually correct.
Very good. Mr. Prime Minister, so you want to have independence and lead your nation towards freedom. What's your plan of action in terms of convincing the international community that your country is a working country, that your country will be successful, and that you are ready to be a full part of the international community? And what kind of country you want to lead? Will you join the West, or will you align with Russia or China?
Biafran people.
Interest now. Will you align yourself to Russia or China? I've proved before this broadcast. But that's so bad. I just love what this man did yesterday. APM, I love what you did. And one point, I'll say that we are ready to do genuine business with you people. Our arms are open. Yes, so Orlando, his explanation made the man to apologize again to Biafrans on behalf of the West. Okay? Shy, oh God, oh God.
And what kind of country you want to lead? Will you join the West, or will you align with Russia or China?
Biafran people are pro-Western. Biafran people are Christian. And the word meaning of Boko Haram is that they reject the Western education. We align ourselves with the West, especially United States of America, the leader of the free world. Just a few days ago, an article came out from the Russia Republic saying that they are monitoring what is unfolding in Nigeria because of what President Trump, because of the destination against Nigeria. Where is Russia since over the decade? Why haven't they condemned or stepped in to save the Christians of Biafra or even the Christians of Nigeria? So United States of America, we respect their leadership and we align ourselves with NATO, and we are pro-West. So wherever America goes, that's where we go. We respect the leadership of the America as the leader of the free world. Thank you very much.
So what do you think about the European Union? Because the European Union is spending 75 million for Nigeria every year. The European Union is the main trading partner of the Nigeria. And also the European Union assists and gives trade access to Nigeria very often, despite the fact that Nigeria is the country where most Christians are prosecuted, where genocide is happening. What's your wish for the European authority, that they change their policy towards Nigeria? And do you think that they should cut the funding, freeze the trade relation, and be very hard on the Nigerian authorities?
Thank you very much. Before the 1967, I tried to lay the background of what happened, and the European Union and your tweets for the past weeks, you are saying how sorry EU, European Union, why you're sorry for them not intervening. So we want to remind them they don't want what happened in 1967 to happen again. And again, we align ourselves with the West. Why are they supporting the terrorists? Why? And they can look at what is happening all over Europe today. The Islamic jihadist terrorists, they are the same problem we are having. So we appreciate if they can come work with the Biafran people. Good. We have the same goal, the same ideology. Good. We will be the best trading partner. Good. We will do business together. We have the resources. We have mineral resources we can trade with. We will be allies. We will live and they will live. We will have a 50-50 handshake. Good. Doing business genuinely. Good. So we Biafran people
business genuinely. That is very important. He has told them. Okay.
Calling upon the European Union to be our ally. We will be best ally and we'll fight together to counter terrorism. Good. So it's better they work with a country that's not going to be a threat to the West, because we Biafrans will not be a threat to the West. Good. And if they support the Nigerian state that have aligned with BRICS, and if the Islamic terrorists capture Nigeria, Europe will be in trouble too. So they try to make Nigeria their safe haven. They should desist from supporting terrorism and from supporting Nigeria and from not letting what happened in 1967 to 1970 happen again. So it's better they align with the Biafran people, who will be the best partner on earth. Thank you.
Wow. So if the European Union continues to fund the Nigerian government, yeah, and they will be complicit in the genocide against Christians.
Correct. That means they support terrorism as well. And we urge them to practice what they preach. If they preach against terrorism, they should stop funding or supporting terrorism.
Exactly. And also Nigeria has a political prisoner, the very famous independence leader of Biafra, Mr. Mazi. Can you explain the case of Mr. Mazi and that he must be released and that Europe must support the release of Mazi?
Really, Mr. Mazi?
After this genocidal war, we have a leader called Wazirike that resurrected the movement when he found out that the massacre of Biafran Christians by the Nigerian state still continued. Then Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader, took off from Wazirike after they arrest Wazirike. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, when he resurrected this movement, the Nigerian terrorists, we always use the word terrorists because they are a lawless country, they don't abide by law. They went all the way to Kenya to kidnap him. Before kidnapping from Kenya, in 2015, they went to his house in Afaruku, of which over 28 people were massacred. The Nigerians went there with armored tank, with their military, to assassinate, to kill him. He managed to escape. Then when he escaped, he found his way out of Biafra land, because Biafra land is not Nigeria. Then the Nigeria, they kidnapped him from Kenya in 2021. They didn't go through the due process, the extraordinary rendition him from Kenya since 2021. And since
Did
2020,
you see how this man is shaking head? Nigeria mere inye a na-ekwesịghị omume. And you see the video I played before this one, where that our daddy Neme explained what happened in the Supreme Court yesterday. How Mazi Nnamdi Kanu explained what I read, the news I just read. Biko nunu kai forward, let's circulate this news. Please do not relent. Keep pushing it to people, groups, platforms. Send these brokers. You know, the man said that as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was reading that his submission, the whole court was shaking their head. Some of them bent their faces down. Because where can this happen? They bent their faces down. They were shaking their head. They said that they repeated over 20 times that what Nigeria committed is a crime. It's a what crime? All right? Except onye na-enweghị onye ekwensu ji ọkụ dashi obi ya. Onye ga na-asị gị tụọ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu nga, let's see ya. Just like ndị oshi ọshọrọ dịka Ikenga Oruagụ ahụ na Ijele ọshọrọ na IPOB because of their oshi ha. Mmeri iwe na-ewe ha. Otu achị na Sanwo-Oru ha batara ka ha zuo ori, okweghị ha wee gangizia up plan there with Nigerian government. But anybody with a human mind know the story of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or has been close to him to listen to him, your mind will change. Look at how this man is shaking head. That what happened shouldn't have happened. Just the same thing. That man, the video mere now. Court where Miri Marandi on a court. Even that the whole 7 judges, we're going Igbo on the hour, honey, they will war from Yoruba and other tribe. But everybody on a court, Miri Maraha, for what they were hearing. So I said they don't know what was happening. But how Mazi Nnamdi Kanu articulated and put down everything, those news, those things as I read it, that they were shaking their heads. Over 20 times they repeated that Nigeria committed a crime. Because I can post, send this my broadcast and click the like button. Let's continue. Kudos.
21 till today, he still remains in Nigeria DSS custody. And he haven't been charged, he haven't been convicted. And in 2022, the same court of this terrorist state acquitted him. He's supposed to be released. You know, a lawless country will always remain a lawless country. A failed state is a failed state. A country that don't obey her own rule of law. So
and
he's
Mr. Prime Minister, do you call on the European Parliament to release Mr. Mazi, who is the kind of Mahatma Gandhi of the Biafra people, who is the kind of Ibrahim Rugova of the Biafra people? Do you want that the European Parliament is calling for his release?
For sure. We call on EU to do whatever they can to release him because he commit no crime.
2 days ago, this man also said that Nnamdi Kanu Mazi Nnamdi, Mr. Mazi, Mr. is the same thing as Mazi. So that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be another Mandela of Africa, who will be coming out with Nigerian flag and is coming to be the first president of Biafra. He said, I shall. So now he also liking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu like others, like Magandi and the next person up Moraha. So to tell you that we are moving forward. Okay, Biafra is here. Biafra is here. Lobbies. Okay, so let's move forward.
For sure. We call on EU to do whatever they can to release him because he commit no crime. He's just fighting for the freedom of his people. Let's recall back what happened to Mandela. At the time, Mandela was labeled, called name, but later Mandela was celebrated when everyone found out that Mandela is just fighting for freedom. So Nnamdi Kanu is Mandela of our time in Biafra land. So he needs to be released. We call on EU to do whatever they can for his release, and we promise we will be a best partner. We will work together to counter any lawless country or any evil that have befallen upon us. Thank you.
So there is Mazi, the Mandela of Biafra, who must be released. But there is also another resistance hero of Biafra who is in Finland. Okay. And they are thinking and considering to extradite him from Finland to Nigeria, where he will be a political prisoner. So why is that, and what is your call?
They are planning to extradite him to Nigeria to be a political prisoner. Have you seen here with their plan? So he said that another one who is also standing strong for the freedom of Biafra. Let's hear our APN.
So why is that, and what is your call?
Our Mazi Simon Ekwa from Finland, he is fighting for the same just cause, for the freedom of his people. And we also call EU not to let what happened 1967 to 1970 happen again. Because in Europe, he's supposed to be protected. We don't know what deal they have with EU to arrest him and jail him. We call on them to please release Mazi Simon Ewa. He's just a freedom fighter. If the Nigerian terrorist state have not been killing Biafrans, we Biafrans will not rise up to want to exit Nigeria because they never treat us well. So we call the EU to do what is right, to practice what they preach, to stop supporting a terrorist failed state. Thank you.
Because, Mr. Prime Minister, I understand correctly that some of the European countries are considering to extradite political refugees from Nigeria who are Biafran activists, and they are thinking to extradite them to Nigeria, where they will be prosecuted as political victims and prisoners. So that's completely unfair. So the EU should not do that.
Have you heard it? That EU now need to extradite all the agitators, okay, to extradite them to Nigeria. Thank God for US. I see na Mazogen Kere no one on US. Don't you know that they would have, from all the things, allegations in the Ameguru, they would have hold him. And now Biafra disunited and I say, are you ready to go to prison? So everybody that come to fight for the freedom of Biafra should go to prison. That is what kind of Obi Ekwensu mbatara Biafra unite n'obi o na-ekwu ya ọmahụ na ọ na-ekwu sọkitin. But ebe Ekwensu n'ọkpụ unu ọkụ na Maazị Ogenkere nọ na US, and US has conscience because the leader no isi nwere conscience. All the time of Obama or Biden. Your time Obama or Biden, they would have even captured Ogenkere. But the man is innocent. America cannot be working with an ex-convict as you people claim. So God knows why he kept Ogenkere in America for a period like this. So una hulanu iye EU na planere all the freedom fighters. So but now that thing is stopped. It cannot be done again. So this is what he's saying. That let's hear him again. Right.
In Europe, he's supposed to be protected. We don't know what deal they have with EU to arrest him and jail him. We call on them to please release Mazi Simon Ewa. He's just a freedom fighter.
Good.
If the Nigerian terrorist state have not been killing Biafrans, we Biafrans will not rise up to want to exit Nigeria because they never treat us well. So we call the EU to do what is right, to practice what they preach, to stop supporting a terrorist failed state. Thank you.
That's good.
Because, Mr. Prime Minister, I understand correctly that some of the European countries are considering to extradite political refugees from Nigeria who are Biafran activists, and they are thinking to extradite them to Nigeria, where they will be prosecuted as political victims and prisoners. So that's completely unfair. So the EU should not do that.
Good.
Sure, and we have a testimony that we submit to Human Rights Committee Congress in Washington, D.C. here. And on that testimony, we made it clear for U.S. government to sanction Finland if possible, and to also sanction Nigeria, because these countries, they are not practicing what they preach. So we urge the EU to do what is right. And the EU as a whole can see what is happening from Berlin to Amsterdam to Liverpool, how the same terrorists are ravaging everywhere in Paris. These are the same monsters we're fighting. Why are they supporting them? So we urge them to do whatever they can, every means they can, to make sure that Mazi Simon Ekpa is not extradited to Nigeria, because Nigeria is not safe. Nigeria protects terrorists. Nigeria persecutes freedom fighters. So why will they support and be complicit in this evil that Nigerian state have brought upon innocent Biafran Christians? Thank you.
Nigeria very much is aligned to China in many aspects. I saw
God, please.
Some tweets now of the Chinese embassy in Nigeria. What's the role of China?
China always want to go where it's all about their benefit, their interest. In Biafra land, there's a lot of mineral resources. It's about the interest, the gold, the gas and oil, the resources. All China do is to exploit. And if recent years, you see that most countries in Africa, they try to give them loan, they're not going to be able to pay. So they can come after resources. It's all about resources. And the Nigerian terrorists, ex-Nigeria, borrowed a lot of money from China. So China probably be thinking how Nigeria going to pay back. So it's all about their interest. It's not about the interest of the indigenous of that region, whether in Biafra or in Nigeria. So we also call upon an international community to please come to our aid and to stop this system of colonization that have been abolished for some time now, which China is trying to emerge as a new country that will come to colonize the people of Biafra. So that is not acceptable. So we urge the EU to step in, and also the United States of America to do what is right. Thank you very much.
Nigeria has not recognized the Republic of Kosovo out of ex-Yugoslavia, and Nigeria is doing nothing to support Ukraine. So in many ways, Nigeria is an ally of Russia and is a hostile country to the West. And now the persecution of Christians is coming there as well. President Trump has said that he will put Nigeria on the list of potential hostile states. And what is your call on Mr. Trump? What he should do now? What you need in support from the Americans? Please tell us, Mr. Prime Minister.
Yeah, first of all, I'm calling on the president of the free world, J. Trump, to do what is right, and also to remind him what happened in Afghanistan not to happen. Not to work with the Nigerian military, because any arm that get to the hand of the Nigerian military, they will use it to kill the Biafran Christians and the Nigerian Christians. So since we Biafrans align with the West, especially with the leader of the free world, United States of America, it's also the leader of NATO. So we align ourselves with NATO, not with BRICS, because BRICS and the leader of BRICS, they align themselves with terrorism. With terrorists, look at Iran, they are part of BRICS. or the terrorist country. So we align ourselves with where the leader of the free world go. And when America lead, the rest of the world follow. So we urge Mr. Trump to hasten up to recognize Biafra as a sovereign country. We have redeclared Biafra in Latin Finland, December the 2nd, 2024, and to also hasten up to make sure leader Nnamdi Kanu is released, and also Mazi Simon is released from Finland, who will be best partner. And if we are welcome to be ally of NATO. So we urge him to hasten up to do what is right at the right time. I think the time is now. Biafra is here. Thank you.
The time is now. Biafra is here, and ex-Nigeria is a very good prospect now. Tell me, is there other regions in Nigeria which also want to be independent from Nigeria?
So far, there's a region of the southwest, the Oduduwa Republic, and you have the north, the Arewa Republic, but they want Biafra to exit first, to be free. So this, they haven't really shown seriousness, and every region, even the Middle Belt, they wish they would be free as well, of which some part of the Middle Belt align with the Biafran people. So we urge all these regions to step up. Nigeria is a failed state, and in international stage, they don't recognize Nigeria, they boo Nigeria. So, but as long as Biafra already declared their freedom, their independence, or declare their nation, if Biafra is ready, why not the free world support the ready nation? We are ready to go, and we have chosen that we are ready. Then the rest of the region, when they're ready, they can come on board, or they can make Biafra their safe haven. Like the Middle Belt, if they have a problem, they can run to Biafra. We'll welcome them. It can be their safe haven. The Southwest, if they are not ready to go, if the Biafra have successfully exit Nigeria, they are welcome to Biafra land. So any region that is ready, they can step up and do what Biafran people are doing, but Biafra is overdue and ready to go. So I urge everyone to support Biafra exit from Nigeria, because we are ready today.
Mr. Prime Minister, from the European perspective, Nigeria now reminds many people very much on ex-Yugoslavia. It was also a very big state with a failed economy, with high inflation, with a lot of ethnic conflicts. And then ex-Yugoslavia was now in 7 newer, better countries. Do you think that's a role model, and that Nigeria can also break up into 7 or 8 countries, and all of them will live free, much better in the future, and that by Biafra can be like Croatia, a very successful pro-Western free world country?
When it comes to the breakup of Nigeria, it's not about how many countries that emerge from Nigeria or break up from Nigeria. Now Biafra is ready to go, and let Biafra leave and exit. And at the same time, before the creation of Nigeria by Lord Lugard in 1914, Biafran territory is Biafran territory. Biafra is Biafra. The north is north, the southwest is southwest. So we are different people. So we can go back to how we were before 120 years ago. My grandfather, grand-grandfather is never Nigerian. We don't have the same ideology. We are not compatible with the North. We are different people. Let's just go back to who we are 200 years ago, 150 years ago, where we don't have problem, where we love our neighbor like they love us. We do good trade partners. We want to go back to how we used to govern, who we originally are, and how we used to be. So the Biafran people have made that bold step that they are ready to leave Nigeria, and then they have already declared Biafra. So let EU, every corner of the earth, those that love humanity and freedom for people, recognize Biafra and support Biafra, because Biafra is doing the right thing to exit a country that they never voted to be part of. So we are not Nigeria, and we'll never be Nigeria. Thank you.
So Biafra basically was a victim of British colonialism, which was forced together with Nigeria historically. Now they want to be free. They have a legitimate case for freedom. They have a historic genocide against them 50 years ago. And now they are again the victims of prosecutions against Christian terrorism. And the Biafra people have deserved freedom. And now it's time for the West to recognize Biafra Republic. Mr. Prime Minister, do you agree that now is the time where Biafra must receive the recognition from the international community and to be a valuable part of the United Nations?
Sure, I believe now is the time, and I believe you believe now is the time, because for the past weeks, you'll be tweeting and you recognize the mistake that was done in 1967 to 1970, why the EU didn't come to help us to even rescue. Even Russia, the leader of BRICS, Russia bombed Biafran people. If you're a Biafran listening, you have to know who your enemy is. We are pro-West, and we respect the leader of the free world United States of America, the leader of NATO. We know where we align. We align with NATO. So, and it's time to recognize Biafra. We urge every well-meaningful nation, human being, to come and recognize Biafra. Biafrans are never Nigerian. Nigeria is a scam. Nigeria is a fraud. Any house built on faulty foundation will crumble, will fall apart. We have three former presidents of Nigeria. They all said Nigeria is a mere geographical expression, that is never a country, that the British government trying to make it work, but the people are not united. It's not working. Tafawa Balewa said it, Nnamdi Azikiwe, former president, said it, former President Goodluck Jonathan. They all acknowledge that Nigeria is not a country. Why are we forcing these people to be together? Why they are different people? So we urge EU to do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And this was my interview with the Prime Minister in exile of the Biafra Republic, a powerful personality who calls the European Union and the United States of America to recognize the Biafra Republic, to stop the genocide against Christians in Nigeria. And ex-Nigeria is the much better way for the world, much better, of course, for the Biafra people and for the Christians in Nigeria. It will be a stable partner for trade and for security and for prosperity for the Biafran people and as well for the free world. And I thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. And also let me say that I will continue my fight towards freedom for Biafra. Okay. And it's a big honor that you have been joining our show.
Thank you very much. I just want to remind the EU as well that the Gulf of Guinea is in Biafran territory. They should remember what is happening in Yemen by the Houthis. If the Gulf of Guinea, if they allow this terrorist Nigerian state, because it's a terrorist state, with these terrorists, if they, for example, capture Biafra land, know that the Gulf of Guinea, they will disrupt trade, but we Biafran will resist. We will make sure that we are free, and we want to remind them that when it comes to the business interest, we are open to negotiate, to do business with them. I think we will be the best ally to make sure that from the West African Sahel, we will checkmate the terrorists, because what they are doing, they're trying to capture both Biafra land, Nigeria, or the surrounding West Africa, especially Biafra land, to attack EU from there. They should recognize Biafra so that we all can counter this terrorism and fight together. Thank you. The time is now. Biafra is here, and our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, must be released. The Nigerian terrorist state don't have the right to still be holding him because he commit no crime. And our leader, Simon Ekpa from Finland, he needs to be released. He's just a freedom fighter. Every country in the world fought for their freedom. United States of America fought for their freedom, 1776, from the Great Britain. So Biafra is fighting a just cause for freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. All the best from Austria, from Vienna. Thanks for joining the show.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much.
You're welcome for freedom.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
You're welcome, Austria from Vienna. Thanks for joining.
Thank you so much. In fact, this last part, the conclusion, is very, very good. I was so glad he mentioned in his conclusion our APM. He said freedom for our supreme leader, Nnamdi Kanu, freedom for our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, and then Biafra should be free. Okay? So, Mazi Ogenkere, you did very, very well in this interview with Gunther. So, the thing is going viral. Biafra is in the international level. So, all these people that are fighting, people like university, I will still call you, people like university. You came to defend Imam Madrabo, your illegal governing council. Na governor. Okay? And Adan Joshua, that this struggle is on the high gear. Ọpụta na-ele yikos on himself. Unu ga na ebe ahụ. Anyị adọkpụrụ unu baa na Biafra. Mgbe anyị rụzuru Biafra, anyị kpewu ya. All right? So, this today, apụtara m apụta nnọọ ka anyị mee this program is unfortunately na ndị mmadụ anọghị ka anyị people that can call in. Ndewo Biafra Divine, God bless you for joining. I've seen you. You're welcome, Nwachukwu. Thank you for joining. How is work today? God bless you. So we have other things. Let's go forward. Mazogenkere, ndewo. I am so impressed. In fact, today's broadcast na Komobi Amurio. Starting from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Excuse me, just a minute. All right, so sorry, a call came in. Now, Mazi, the first broadcast I made, it was Otogburumatobu saying Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the solidarity in Supreme Court and how gallant he was defending his submission. Okay, in court. And this man, what he said also, how the court felt, and even the news I read from Daily Post, it is giving me joy. Today's program, the rich, or the very, very rich, please share this broadcast. Let us have another thing. Please share this broadcast, share it, let it go viral. Let it go viral. All right. Let's see this one. Okay, we've done this one. Let's see this. Do we do this before that? Okay, let's do this one before the last. Okay, let's do this one before the last one. This was what I wanted to do since before new development. But notwithstanding, we still have to do it. Okay, let me just say. All right.
Supposing the case does not go the way of Nnamdi Kanu, are you foreseeing probably tension in the southeast?
Not just tension, there might not be election in the southeast.
So you saw it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is no, if you are a human being and you come across Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and you do not do the needful, okay? So this is a Fulani man. Ga him akugidi na iruge kwegaton were okuteshie gi n'iru ka ihu that your face ni nwere this man ka I say that no ya uni na-ekpezi. So onye awukwa na man, but I love his English o na-akwa asuka onye Fulani but onye Fulani o but ona asuka onye Fulani le mark idisha na iru ki mara no a typical Fulani man. But just few months ya na Mazi Nnamdi Kanu nọrọ na detention, his orientation changed. Oh, hate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, hate this struggle, hating Biafra because of what the news are garbaging. But staying with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, his mentality and his changed. And that is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for you. That's a leader. Okay? So let us listen his audio. Okay.
Supposing the case does not go the way of Nnamdi Kanu, are you foreseeing probably tension in the southeast?
Not just tension, there might not be election in the southeast, and by extension in Nigeria. So that's why.
Why do you think so?
Because people will be disappointed, and when people are fed up, they no longer fear anything again. The worst will be death, and when people no longer fear death, they have reached a limit where they become dangerous human beings, and that is where this judiciary is pushing us to, and that's the reason why the Mr. President needs to halt this, so that we don't get to that level.
Today we have in our midst Comrade
Atiku. This interview is between the NAS president. So I nwere information, I nwere knowledge to this NAS president nwere issue with Sheti Tinubu. Sheikh Tinubu, Nwa Tinubu, how he had a problem with him, strengthening him, and again, in fact, Otwesi and down here Landriani nebe oje meet Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. For him to meet Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was the problem between Yana and Nwa Tinubu. So, but all politics ka ha na-eme. Tinubu tune ya echenjikwala, but the good thing is he is telling the world who Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is. That is very important, and they back are interest. Okay, so I will let it go, then I will now explain at the end. So let's hear him.
Today we have in our midst Comrade Atiku Issa, who is the president of National Association of Nigerian Students. Comrade, good to see you.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure having you around.
Thank you for having me.
But again, Comrade, are you the president or factional president? Which one are you? Because some other person is also claiming to be NAS president.
I think that has been laid to rest by the president and commander-in-chief, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and also the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa. A letter was written to me and I was addressed as the NANS president. I can show you. This is the letter. I was addressed as NANS president by the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, and I was invited on the instruction, on the directive of President Tinubu, through the Chief of Staff, Bajabi Amila. The President and Commander-in-Chief asked me as the National President of NANS to meet with the Honorable Minister of Education. So that has been laid to rest. I don't want us to go back to what happened, and the person that is claiming, he can continue to claim. But who is in control of the entire Nigerian students? I am the one who is in control. I am in charge of all the affairs, and the President, of course, he is privileged to information more than all of us as the president of Nigeria, and he has addressed me as the NANS president. The Honorable Minister of Education addressed me as the NANS president. So what else? And Nigerian students see me as their president. So I don't want to go into that at all.
All right. In the course of all this struggle, you ended up in detention. What was the experience like? And would you also like to go back to that kind of environment again?
Well, it was a wonderful experience because it afforded me the opportunity of meeting somebody that is dear to my heart now. That's Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Really?
I was detained, and the first day I was brought out, I saw him. I was shocked.
Somebody, he gave him an opportunity to meet somebody who is dear to his heart now. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Gi nori anakoko ofegi. Good thing, the good spirit in him will capture you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in his dear, is in heart now, so dear to him now. Kainoronia, let's go.
So I now went close to him. I said, I am Comrade Atiku Isa. I wanted to introduce myself. I said, no, I know it's dear to my heart now. That's Nnamdi Kanu.
Really?
I was detained, and the first day I was brought out, I saw him. I was shocked. So I now went close to him. I said, I am Comrade Atiku Isa. I wanted to introduce myself. I said, no, I know you. So I started telling me about what happened. So I became shocked. I said, then he told me that be strong. That was how I continued discussion with him for about 2 months. So Nnamdi Kanu is somebody I know very well, because if you stay with somebody on a daily basis and you are discussing with the person on a daily basis for about 2 months, because in detention, you don't have anything to do. You only sit down at a particular spot. And you are with this person on a daily basis. And you are always discussing. So you should know the kind of person that he is. And let me tell you that people don't know that it was prior to my meeting with Nnamdi Kanu, I had thought that he was a wicked man who want to divide the country, because I am a patriotic Nigerian, and I don't want anything that will bring confusion in this country. So that was the mindset I had. But after meeting him, in the detention, I realized that the Fulanis, the Hausas, the Kanuris there are all loyal to him. You'll be shocked that he has more supporters in the DSS facility than he has outside. Because if anywhere you live and you have more than 95% of the people who are supporting you. Before I met him, a Fulani guy told me, because he said, oh, if you see Nnamdi Kanu, he will like you because you can speak English. The guy does not understand English. We're always communicating in Hausa language, and in Arabic language. So he said, he will like you because you can speak English, and he's a good man. If you have any problem, tell him. He will help you.
Imagine.
So that is how they see Nnamdi Kanu. Or everybody in that detention facility, they see him as their leader. So it's not about a leader agitating for the Igbo cause. He's a leader agitating for Nigerians, for the betterment of Nigerians. So that is the person Nnamdi Kanu is. So I have discussed with him severally. On a daily basis, he will tell me, Atiku will be strong. And along the line, now told me that, okay, I want you to play along so that they release you from here. I don't want you to continue to stay in detention. That was when I said, I'm ready to remain in detention. I said, no, this place is not good for you. Play along. Do whatever they want you to do. Get away from me and go and meet your family. I said, you are here. Say, don't worry. You go out. I don't want to see young men like you to be in detention. So that is the person we are talking about, that Nnamdi Kanu is. A very passionate leader with compassion, and he has the interest of, especially the masses at heart. And I think the problem he has, which is not a problem, is that he's too courageous and fearless. And that is why, to me, he is still in detention.
That even to be brave is also a problem. And that is the problem for Nigeria. What he said is true. The problem for Nigeria is that this guy, this Nnamdi Kanu, is too courageous and too brave and so resilient. That is the problem.
Courageous and fearless.
All right, let's look at the issue of the government and Nnamdi Kanu. Some persons say that the government is using Nnamdi Kanu as a scapegoat to avoid addressing legitimate grievances. They argue that Showere, Iboho, the chairman of Meiti, Allah, all of them had issues at one time or the other. But government discontinued with that case and wondered, why is Nnamdi Kanu's case different?
Yes, I agree with those who say that. And but I also want to say that this did not start with the administration of President Tinubu. He was arrested during the last administration, and because they don't want to address the real issues. This thing is very simple. Why?
What do you think are the real issues?
The real issues are the insecurity, marginalization, and inequality in the country. These are basically the real issues. Address these issues. On this? Because I believe that President Tinubu is a listening president. Yes. And just like I said about Nnamdi Kanu being fearless and courageous, which has put him in detention, One of the things that, though, is not something that should be seen as a weakness, which the President Tinubu has, is that he's too loyal to his friends. And he always stands by his friends. So he will not want to do anything that will embarrass his predecessor. So for that reason, he's taking his time. But on this, I really want to appeal to the President and Commander-in-Chief that if the likes of Igboho, their cases will be discontinued. The chairman of Mieti Allah, their cases, Mieti Allah was arrested and detained in the same facility where Nnamdi Kanu was detained. I was there, so I know all of these things. For security reasons, I won't mention the places. I know they are very, if you close my eyes, I can take you to the detention facility where Nnamdi Kanu is currently and where Mieti Allah chairman was before he was released. Don't forget, he was arrested. His boys were alleged to have stabbed a general. You see, his boys were alleged to have killed soldiers. I know all lives are equal, but the life of a military man should be seen as being special because they protect the lives of the of others. If any group that will attack military men, those groups should be seen as being extremely violent, and they should be condemned in totality. The military men deserve respect and honor because they are putting their lives to protect us. So now, this same man, his case was discontinued.
What if the military are the one attacking the lives of others? What happened? If the military is attacking the life of others who are innocent, would their lives still be protected for them to keep attacking the lives of innocent people? That's a question I ask, which I can't see you to answer me, but it's a question.
A Fulani man, his case was discontinued. Yes, he's my brother. I'm happy the case was discontinued, but I'm not happy that military men were attacked. Now Igboho, who was agitating his agitation was very violent. So many lives were lost. Security personnel were attacked. Yet his case was discontinued because he's a Yoruba man. I did not meet Igboho and I did not meet the chairman of Mieti Allah, but I heard a lot of things about them. But in the case of Nnamdi Kanu, all the things, he has been in detention. If the last one and the one that he's still in detention started in 2021, for all of these years, if they have anything against him, why have they not brought it out? There's nothing against him, unlike these two people that their cases were discontinued. The President and Commander-in-Chief has the power by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He can direct the Attorney General of the Federation to discontinue with this case in the interest of national healing and unity of the country. The last time, he should know that these two men I mentioned do not have the kind of support that Nnamdi Kanu has. Okay, I am in order now. As at this moment, I am still owing as a result of the mobilization I did for people to come to Abuja to protest for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. We knew that they were going to attack us. We were tear-gassed. We still protested. We were ready to lay down our lives for Nnamdi Kanu because we believe that he has our interest at heart. So a man that has such support, I'm not talking about, let me tell you this, that in the entire of the Southeast, all the governors combined together do not have the kind of support that Nnamdi Kanu has. All the governors combined together. And like I told you earlier, which is one of the things people see as the weakness of President Tinubu, and to me it's not a weakness. Just like Nnamdi Kanu's fearlessness and courage is not a weakness. The president is always standing by his friends. His friends in the Southeast know that once Mazi is released, they will not be able to rig, maim, and retain their offices. So they are the one running up and down to plead with Mr. President to continue with this case. Mr. President is a comrade. He has been in struggle for a long time. So there's no way he will allow Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to continue to be in detention. He would have since ended this shenanigan called trial, which has lasted for 4 years and nothing has come out of it. But because of these governors and some leaders, when we wanted to do the protest, I reached out to some senators from the Southeast, some leaders from the Southeast. Their responses made it clear to me that they were the ones behind the persecution for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because these people cannot win election. So on this, I want Mr. President to know, I, as the national president of NANS, I have taken steps, and I really want to be involved in this completely. One, I went to Kanu, because there's one of the most vocal minds in terms of grassroots politics in Kanu, Honorable Ilyasu Musa Konkoso, who was commissioner during the first time governorship position of Rabi Musa Konkoso. He was also commissioner when Mala Ibrahim Shekaro was governor. He was also commissioner when Ganduje was governor. He has been commissioner since the inception of this republic. Only in this, that is with President Tinubu, that is not a commissioner. I went to him, I told him that, you see, because he had called me before that the youths listening to you, especially in the northern part of the country, I want you to work for President Tinubu. So last week I went to him, I said, yes, I'm ready to work for President Tinubu on one condition. You are close to Ganduje, and you are close to the presidency. You are close to the National Security Advisor. Meet them. Let them discontinue with the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the interest of national healing, so that at least when whatever position we take, people will not see us as being tribalistic, sentimental. Let them discontinue. If Igboho's case will be discontinued, our brother, the chairman of Mieti Allah's case will be discontinued. Let the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu be discontinued, and then I can assure you that I will move around the entire north to campaign for President Tinubu. I will do that. I told him that. I went to Kanu, I met with him, that this is the only reason. This I will do. I will also appeal to him that there's no need for agitation. The president, discuss with Mr. President all your grievances, so that these things can be settled amicably, so that the security of lives and properties in the Southeast and the entire country will be guaranteed. This is what we want. We have...
There is nothing you will do that will stop our freedom, because we have passed that stage. Okay? Yes, it's good that you have had an encounter with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and you have seen the kind of person he is. And you have seen that the narratives which they have been portraying against him, that it is not true. And you have seen that he is a sincere man, a man with large heart, a man that is a freedom fighter for all, a human rights activist. He stands for justice. So that is just it. He told you to go because he knows that his case is different. He knows that what he is doing, he knows what he's doing. He hears from God. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu pụtara izu gozi ọ sị na enigwe zikwara m ozi. So maybe he's released and you want to use it. Hasaru Nisi, and all of you agreed, but because you have seen it, your mind has changed. But for you to say that maybe they release here one way or the other, then you will come and tell him to stop his agitation. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will just look at you and laugh. He just look at you and laugh, because it is more than him now. It is for all Biafrans. We love him because he is there for us. But the Biafra is not for one person. It's for everyone. Have you heard about how many people that voted that they want to exit Nigeria? Over 50 million voted for the exiting of Nigeria. Okay? We know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is our leader. No one you Aigano. But Obuon case saying that to come back to Nigeria. Mbano, Nigeria can never be good again. The government has been everything. It is from A to Z. It has been polarized. The security has been polarized. There is no way. Yeah, but almost the same thing happened during that time. I say that no banquet, no victor, no banquet. What happened? We still faced the same genocide. We still face the same humiliation. We still face the same inhuman, the same maltreatment. A lot of our people are in DSS dungeon, in the prison. A lot of them have died there. A lot of them have been died by those that adopted them. A lot of them are suffering, and they are still doing it. So, going back to Nigeria, what is our guarantee? That tomorrow it will not happen again? No. We have to avoid this third mistake. It has happened the first time. Nnamdi Azikiwe made that mistake. It has happened again when everybody said, okay, let's live together. But that love is not there. So we cannot keep being a slave goat. A country that you will come out and you tell these people that go to your place. No. We are due. We are overripe. So this is our time. Continue. Thank you. You know, one thing is that they accept their own that even though that Mieti Allah is his brother, he condemned the act. But our people, they will not, they will condemn Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and even denounce him. Like Ohanes Ndibo.
See, this diversity is good for us. As a northerner, why do I like the Igbo people? Most of them are resilient and they are courageous. That does not mean you don't have cowards among them. When you say a particular tribe has this character, what it means is that more than 70% of them, they have that character. But you can still have some persons again who do not have such characters. So now this is a region that more than 70% of them are resilient. They are very hardworking. They are courageous. And they love their leader. We in the north, we also love him. Mr. President, I appeal to you, in the interest of national healing, I appeal to you, please, let this case be discontinued so that we can have peace in the southeast, so that we can have peace in the entire country. And it will be to your credit that during your tenure, the southeast was stabilized. It is far better. And the votes you are looking for, you will get it easily without spending money. Because in the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he does not need to give people money. After he's in detention, look at what we are going through because of him. Because we believe in him. So that's the appeal to Mr. President. And the president, let me say this, he's a listening president. You'll be shocked that before 20 this case will continue. Because I wrote a letter to President Tinubu, less than a month, he replied. I was shocked. How is this possible? That's the president of over 200 million people. How is it? I have written letters to governors. For more than 2-3 months, they have not replied. And you, as the president of the entire country, you are replying in less than a month. How do you do this? So that's why I'm using this medium to appeal to President Tinubu. There's no need for this case to continue like this again. Let it come to an end. Political settlement is the best way so that we can have peace in the country.
What do you say to those who argue that Kanu detention is illegal under international law? Some others say that he's a terrorist and all kinds of allegations. What is the truth? Given the little you know about him, your interaction with him in the last 2 months while in detention, what do you think?
I think by my little exposure and my stay in the north and in some other parts of the country where I have had cause to listen to persons who have directly or indirectly met with terrorists, I should know one when I see a terrorist. A terrorist will not be talking about peace. I was shocked when I met with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He was always emphasizing about peace and justice. So a terrorist will not want people to live peacefully. A terrorist, you see, there are some things I don't want to reveal because of the security implication. But because there are some persons in detention that anytime they have opportunity, because not all the time they bring you out, when they have opportunity to see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the Fulani girl that the first time I met her in that detention was when I saw her with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. She had gone there to complain, to ask for favor. So I was shocked, why is this? Yeah, because they don't usually allow that. That's one good thing about the DSS facility. They don't allow that at all. But the girl was to be taken out for medication. So she saw Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and quickly started talking to her because she doesn't speak English fluently, and there was a gap in communication. So I had to come in. I realized that she has more confidence in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu than even her own father, by the way she was talking. Mazi was consoling her that do this, do this. She said she was even complaining that she has stayed here for a long time. She doesn't want. She was talking about even committing suicide. Mazi was consoling her and telling her what to do. That's the kind of, if a terrorist will not bring, I'm talking about a Fulani lady, and they are virtually all tribes you find there. Everybody in the detention facility rallies around Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and the way he was always speaking to me, a terrorist will not be talking like that. And okay, another thing again, on a Salah day, that Salah I spent in detention, the big Salah, I, as a Muslim, I felt irritated. But even Mazi, he doesn't, he tolerates all of these things. Because on that Salah day, during the celebration, the Muslims usually shout, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, but they were shouting. So I was calling, you see, this detention facility, they are Muslims, they are Christians, they are others. Aside that, you don't have, it's not, even if all of us are Muslim, you don't have to shout and disturb others. At this particular time, some persons want to sleep. Some person wants to just sit down quietly. You cannot be shouting like this. But throughout, for the 3 days that happened during in the detention facility, he will not complain. Instead, those who want to come, because when people have problem, they run to him, not even to DSS officers who are supposed to take care of us. He will tell them, no, it's just for a short period of time. Just be patient. When you live with people, you have to tolerate them. I was angry, but he was calming others down, because me, I was also telling those that were, I said, no, you don't have the right to shout. We are all here. Even if all of us are even Muslims, you don't shout. Some persons will want to sleep. But because I lead prayers in the detention facility also, but some persons, most problems that we have in this country is as a result of ignorance. But they couldn't challenge me because they know that I am a Muslim, and I also one of their leaders, even in the detention facility, because I lead prayers. Then it was when I came that we started even doing the Friday Juma prayers. But I told them that if you want to worship God, you don't have to disturb another person. That any act of worship where another person will feel injured or another person's peace will be taken away, that is not an act of worship that will be rewarded. Now, we don't have to raise our voices. In short, even when I do recitation, I bring my voice down so that it doesn't disturb others. And so I was always telling that this is how a religion should be practiced. It should not be a source of problem to people. But Mazi was not complaining. So if he's a terrorist, I have not seen anything that will make me. That's why I believe in him. I believe in him 100%, more than I believe in my state governor, more than I believe in virtually all Nigerian leaders. And that's why I am out. That's why I have been going through all of this, and that's why I'm appealing. You see, of course, I don't have access to him now. But I can tell you that because I know the kind of person that he is, Mazi, as a courageous man, he listens to his followers. He knows I love him and I know he loves me. So for that reason, once he's released, I'll go and appeal to him. That the same way you told me to play along, I plead and I have been released. When I was released, I went on air to appeal to Mr. President for your case to be discontinued. I know you are a strong man, but because of those of us who love you and we want to see you outside, please stop so and so, discuss with Mr. President, and see how this thing can be resolved amicably. I am very sure Mazi will listen to me because he is a listening person. We argue with him on certain things, and he's very vast. So that is the reason why I am coming out now to make this appeal and to tell Nigerians that, and all those listening to us, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. He is not a criminal. His only problem is that he's fearless and courageous. He hates injustice. He used to tell me, usually tell me, he will speak in Igbo and translate to me. He will say this is a proverb in Igbo language. That I remember a particular one that he told me, that in their place, when a child is beaten by his parents, is being beaten by his parents, and the child runs to an elder, yes, that elder now serve as a shield, so that the parents will not continue to beat again. And also that if anybody is being molested, it is the responsibility of others to come out and stand for the person who is being molested, so that you don't keep quiet when a particular person is being humiliated. That he will speak in, he said that this is a proverb in Igbo language, and then he will translate that this is, so there are so many things he told me, so that these things are not allowed. These things, these are the things that are not good, and society must condemn acts of injustice. And that's why, and he demonstrated that, and he's still demonstrating that in the detention facility where he is. As I speak to you, if not because of the professionalism of the DSS officers who are close to him, I can tell you that all of them, if you ask them, those that are close to him, that work close to him, all of them, no exception, will say that they should release him. All of them, they like him. The way they interact with him, you see that they like him. Everybody that detention facility, they will want him to go, but they will miss him. All. You have virtually all tribes in that detention facility, but all will want him to go. All are saying he's a good man. Those who don't know him, are they now saying that all the people who are with him don't have their reasoning and their thinking is bad? Everybody in that detention facility, I let the DSS conduct a survey. Everybody will say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a good man. The Igbos will say the same. Yorubas will say the same thing. The Fulanis will say the same thing. The Hausas will say the same thing. I met him just for how many days. See how I am passionate about him now. I'm among those who are his members already. Anywhere he goes, that is where I go, because I know he's a good leader. You see, you will always want to be by somebody who will not betray you. Somebody that you know that will always stand for you. One of the things my family members told me that you should be happy that you were detained, because at least you have got to meet Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So that because when I went back home, I told them that I had a wonderful discussion with Mazi. I said, that means this is a blessing now. If you were able to, now are you sure? I said, I'm sure that somebody that I know very well, that this, I told them the story about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That was why when I was going to protest, during the last protest, and because a lot of my family members entertained fears that it was going to be, that the security will clamp down on us. But I said, no, if you cannot betray somebody who stood by you, who is a good person, we just pray for you, whatever happens, go. Not because of what I told them about him. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist, and based on he was kidnapped from Kenya. Also, I think he was kidnapped. Why should you kidnap somebody and bring the person to Nigeria to come and try? And even in Nigeria, I think there was a judgment that was given that he should be released and a compensation paid. Why was that judgment not carried out? So this thing has nothing to do with law. It is pure political witch hunt, and that's why we want Mr. President to just end this.
All right, let's look at the judgment has been fixed. His judgment on terrorism charge against him has been fixed for 20th of this month. Supposing the case does not go the way of Nnamdi Kanu, are you foreseeing probably tension in the southeast?
Not just tension, there might not be election in the southeast, and by extension in Nigeria. So that's why.
Why do you think so?
Because people will be disappointed, and when people are fed up, they no longer fear anything again. The worst will be death, and when people no longer fear death, they have reached a limit where they become dangerous human beings, and that is where this judiciary is pushing us to, and that's the reason why the Mr. President needs to halt this, so that we don't get to that level. Because that is what will happen. We don't even need you see, they can charge you for anything. I do not, because of the honor done to me by President Tinubu, there are certain things that I have kept to myself that I don't want to reveal. So much I have seen injustice. Injustice has been meted out to me personally. As at the time I was abducted, I was holding the hands of the former governor of Kanu State, Malam Ibrahim Shekarun. The emir of Dutsi, his representative, was behind. The former governor of Kogi State, Captain Idris Wada, was coming behind us too. It was in their presence I was by Benga Adeyeye, known as Aluta Pilot. And because they told them that I am an imam, one of them brought out alcohol and forced me to drink. And that was the first time I took alcohol. But there are so many things worse than what I have just said. I have kept that to myself because of the honor done to me by Mr. President. But if they don't release Mazi Nnamdi, we'll come out and tell the full story. All those that are involved will say it. Let them come and take my life too. So all of these things, they can charge anybody for anything. They brought out gun. Since I was born till this moment, people, the only thing they have ever complained about me is that Atiku is stubborn. Nobody has ever accused me of even stealing or attacking anybody. I have not slapped anybody before. And let me even say that I want to exonerate the DG, because the DG, all the things they plan, they actually plan for me to be there throughout my tenure as NAN's president, so that their thug will take over. Ladoja Olushola, who hit me in the eye, and Yinka Dada, who is the former NAN's president, who stole my phone, with Olushola.
But how are you sure, the allegations you are making, how are you sure that they stole your phone? Since, did you see them with it? Is there any evidence to...
They abducted me now. My phones were with me. They abducted me and took my phone. How am I? And I saw them and I also know them. I have known them before now. They stole Salahuddin Lukman asked me to put my PIN. I put my PIN. And then they took away my phones. This country, they can frame anybody up. And that's why I'm passionate about this Nnamdi Kanu's case, because they have done this to me. So if you take terrorists, I'll just say this, in short, anybody you say even is a criminal in this country, I don't even believe. Because I have never held gun in my hand. I have friends who are police, DSS, military. In short, I even have friends who are generals in the Nigerian army. Because I studied computer science, I know that when subjected to forensic examination, your hand, they can know whether you have held a gun before or what kind of gun before. So even if you keep it, I will not touch it. If the DG had carried out what they wanted, then maybe I would have been killed by now, or even after regime, I would have been assassinated. We need something that will work. I don't care if you like, bring all Yoruba, as long as the system will work, but they must be competent. If you like, bring all Igbos. Okay, why are we not complaining that the Super Eagles of Nigeria is dominated by Igbos? Okay, because we want to win, ba? Okay. Why are we not complaining? Okay. Because we want to win. If you want good results, look for the best people. The guy, you see the operation in the DSS, they don't even have, they don't know how to gather intelligence at all. They are behaving as if they are combatant. Throughout my stay in DSS facility, every time they bring me out, only one man I was always afraid of meeting. And that's the deputy director in charge of investigation, because he is always very calm. I saw intelligence, very calculative. I said, Kai, I always fear him, but he will never shout. But others that used to shout, these ones, they don't have anything. They don't have, because they are always shouting. So when the only person I was always afraid of was the director, the deputy director in charge of investigation. And the time they allowed my family to come and visit me, my family stayed in his office. So I told, don't speak to that man. That man is too intelligent. Even movement, he will be able to know what is in your mind. If you are so, when they visited me, I said, even water, don't drink. If you greet him, don't say anything again. They waited for him for about 2 hours because they took me to hospital. Nobody spoke to him. Anything. I said, yes, don't talk to that man because he's the only intelligent man in the entire of DSS that I met. Those who are not courageous are not good to work with people. Those who cowards, you see, acts of cowardice can be easily detected. When you see a man that vacillates from left to right, depending on the side that has immediate material satisfaction, such a man is a coward. You don't need such a man to work with you. Men who are not ready to make sacrifice, they are not fit to be in position of authority. It will be, President Tinubu is courageous. By discontinuing with this case, he will show Nigerians that he's a courageous leader. He's fearless. It's not that he doesn't have the power. He has the power. It's when you have the power to do and undo, but you restrain yourself. That is courage.
Es ist an der Zeit, sich von alten Gewohnheiten zu verabschieden. Mit der intuitiven Plattform von Monday.com kannst du die Arbeit genauso organisieren, wie es dir und deinem Team.
All right, let's wrap up this way. What will you tell the president about the Southeast who feel that they need healing? The killings in the Southeast, how can we stop it? The people of the Southeast continuously complain about marginalization. How can we address this? What do you have to say to the president?
The marginalization is real. And that is why I'm appealing. Well, first, release their son. They love him. And this same is their son, is their leader. They love him, they respect him. They want him released. He is the only person in the entire of the Southeast at the moment that can say, all of you, put down your weapons. Not with force. Okay, you have sent military there. They have not been able to achieve that. A man that can tell them to put down their weapons and they will listen to him, why will you keep him in custody? Those that are giving you contrary advice to what we are telling you now, they don't mean well. We want peace in the Southeast. These people will be able to help your government to improve and also improve livelihood because they are hardworking. You don't, with this agitation, okay, during the last protest, even in the Southeast, all shops were closed. The roads were empty because of one man. Which governor do you think in the entire of the Southeast can command such respect? So release him. The marginalization is real. But President Tinubu, you are trying. I think one of the service chiefs is even from the Southeast. So give them, those who are competent. I'm not just saying give appointment because somebody is from Southeast. I don't want that at all. You have competent people from there. Bring them on board. Let all of us work together in the interest of national healing. You see, when I talk to my brothers in the north, they come and tell me, oh, do you know that Nnamdi Kanu that you are talking about, Nnamdi Kanu, they are the ones that killed Sardauna? I say, was it Nnamdi Kanu that killed Sardauna? They say, no, it was the Igbos. I say, okay, what about the Igbos that were killed by our own brothers? That, you see, what happened in 1966, a long time ago, the major who took the decision did not consult all the Igbos before he took the decision. It was his own decision. And that decision, many Igbos lost their lives again as a result of the counter coup. Do you know how Ironsi was also killed? I always want a balanced argument, not just arguing out of a sentiment. Do you know how Ironsi was also killed? There was a counter coup, and many Igbos lost their lives. So now we cannot continue like that. Let us come together and understand ourselves and forgive ourselves. We are talking about forgiveness. Mr. President, if you achieve this, this will be your greatest achievement as the president. Release him so that you bring everybody on board. And you will be seen as even the best president for bringing peace. Anything, all achievements without peace is useless. Okay, now, if you construct all the roads in Abuja and people are being killed, okay, what are those that will make use of the roads? If all the hospitals are even functional,
cows,
and before people get to the hospital,
because Nigeria prefer cows more than human beings, so when they make the roads, they will bring cows to be using it. They don't value human beings; they value animals. Even making a law for animals, where does that happen? Okay, so it's good that you have had your first-hand information about Nnamdi Kanu, okay, and your narrative have changed. That's why I just allow it to go Yeah.
Because they are already dead. What will be the use of the hospital? Peace is very important. And even Mr. President will agree with me that to achieve peace in the southeast, don't listen to these governors. You know that you need this man to come on board because they love him. Once people like, respect, and honor somebody, before you take that, whatever you say about that person, they will not agree. Let the person come to talk to them. That is my appeal. We are appealing to Mr. President. I'm not an Igbo man before anybody will come and say, oh, because you're an Igbo man, is your brother. I am only being objective, and because I don't even have
based
any...
on personal interaction as
based
well.
on personal interaction and the reality on ground. I don't have any place I can run to. This is the only country I have. I pray for this country. I pray for... In short, the president that I disliked the most was President Buhari. I was also praying for him to succeed because if his failure was also affecting me negatively. Because, okay, if a president is sick, there are things that need the attention of the president. If he doesn't do it, a lot of people will suffer. So that's why I disagree with people that usually I was always complaining about President Buhari. But sometimes when I say, okay, we need to pray for him, when he was sick, we were always praying for him, so that, because if the office is left vacant like that, a lot of bad things will happen. Things will go on wrong. In the same way, I encourage Nigerians to pray for President Tinubu, but we want the president to do the right thing so that things can work very well. This is the only country we have. You are the father of the country. You are the father of all the Igbos. You are the father of all the Yorubas, all the Hausas, all the Fulanis. So you don't have to take side at all. And you have suffered injustice before. During Nadeko, he was in the forefront. The president is a comrade. So I believe that once this message goes to him, something will be done before 20th of November, so that this case can be discontinued.
Thank you very much, comrade.
Thank you very much. And because...
all right. Okay, so we have heard everything, okay? We have heard everything, how it happened. So, but the good thing is that, we are not going back. We are in the international stage of our freedom. So, who is Nnamdi Kanu? Because the humiliation has been too much. Okay? So let us have the last thing before we now go. We have really stayed because I have so many things to bring up. Kandi Madonaka, let us be having the news and see how Nigeria, Utu Nigeria Sinaga. Nigeria, Urugon Tosigi is a failed country, is an ex-Nigeria. A country that, who does that? You don't think about your people, it show him may happen. I hope a country that hates her own citizen, like in Nigeria. A country that hates her own citizen, like Nigeria. What the terrible. It is just terrible.
In the days since President...
So let us have this and get in this information too. Please click the like button and share and subscribe. Click the like button, share and subscribe. Okay, so that this will go viral. Click the like button, please. You click here the like button, it will help this news to go viral. Okay, let us hear this. This is Rajna CBN News. This is a Christian Broadcasting News. Okay, so let us hear what he is saying. It's a foreign news. Say Nigerian genocide intensifies despite Trump threats. Okay, so they are still doing it. News is still happening. Even 2 days ago or yesterday, they still attack There is, I think 2 days ago or yesterday, there is still attack in Nasarawa State. And you see where police, in fact, terrorists came and attacked people, attacked a village. And police was there watching. Army was, they were there watching these people, guiding them after they now left. It's not Nigeria Gadema. Nigeria is gone for good. Let it go for good. Biko Nunu. And go forever. Let us hear this man.
Donald Trump issued an aggressive warning to Nigeria on Truth Social. The genocide against Christians rages on. Well, Truth Nigeria's Mike O'Day James is here with new heartbreaking details. So, Mike, what's going on in Nigeria right now?
Well, like you said, Raj, first of all, thanks for having me. Like you said, the genocide is still raging on, this time with higher intensity. I just came from the northeastern state of Taraba, and it's also a middle belt state. It is called Taraba. I went to certain towns like Wukari, Takum, Bali, and what I saw was carnage. Villages being taken over, people being killed. And who are those people killing, doing the killing? They are Fulani terrorists who are encamped around the Danjuma farms, who are encamped around the Kashimbila dams, and they are kidnapping, they are killing people, Christians. And I spoke to the Catholic Bishop of Wukari Diocese, that is Reverend Mark Megida Unzukwen, and he gave me this horrific figure. He said between 2019 to 2025, more than 230 Catholic churches have been completely erased. And he also gave me a figure that about 100,000 Catholics and 200,000 other church denominations have been rendered internally displaced. That means they are now refugees in their homes. Imagine, Raj, 300,000 Christians in Taraba rendered refugees, internally displaced. Over 230 churches erased, and the violence is still going on.
You just posted an article on Truth Nigeria about something that's happened in the past couple days.
Yeah, that's what I want.
About
when I went to Wukari, I went to places called Chachangi and Amadu. Imagine, immediately after Trump's threat or ultimatum to Nigeria, the Fulani militants have executed or have killed more than 20 persons. Reverend Father George Bako of the Holy Family Church, Takum, told me this. Reverend Titus Shemanian of another Catholic church in Ayetua in Benue, he had been rendered, his church has been taken over completely, so he has been rendered an IDP and is living in Taraba State now. He told me that also, or he just confirmed to me this morning that somebody else from his own parish has been killed. So if we are talking about 20 being killed, just this morning, one has been added. It's everyday bloodletting. The Fulanis are not letting up. They are not resting. They are just slashing. They are shooting. They are killing. And I have pictures, gory pictures, to back up these claims that these people are saying. It's not claims. These are realities. That is what is happening.
You sent me some of those photos. I'm going to let my editor decide if we can show them or if we blur them out. But I've seen them. They're horrific.
I have to send you these pictures because these days, the word genocide in Nigeria, because of Donald Trump's ultimatum to Nigeria, is becoming questionable. They will start asking you, are you sure he's telling the truth? But the pictures on ground, pictures don't lie.
It seems like this is Benue, this is Taraba, this is Plateau State.
Yeah.
It seems like it's not only not calming down, but expanding. Yeah, obviously, you have Boko Haram. It seems like almost everywhere in the Middle Belt. It seems like this genocide is continuing. So are the Fulani just completely ignoring Trump's threat?
Well, that of Taraba has been a long something that has been going for a very long time, since 2015, 2019. The Fulanis have been gradually capturing villages. Reverend George Dogo of the Holy Family Cathedral told me that 201 villages, which is his parish supervises, have been completely captured by the Fulanis. Reverend Clement Nkelegia too told me the same. He said a lot of villages under his parish has been captured, and these are gradually. You know, Mr. George of Equipping the Needy will say a death by 1,000. They come gradually, they push, they annex your land, they go further, they exterminate the people run and they go. Now I'll give you an example. Like the parish in Ayetua, the Catholic Church in Ayetua, about 3,000 of its members has fled from Benue, where the parish is, into Taraba. They are now refugees in Taraba, IDPs in Taraba, and the Fulani still chase them into Taraba. And Reverend Titus Shimanian just called me today and said one person from his parish has been killed. In fact, there is never a let up with my phone. Every now and then phone call. It's either George Dogo or Reverend Kalegia or Reverend Shimanian. Now, Taraba has been an ongoing crisis that has been forgotten. People don't know. They were only concentrating on Benue, they're concentrating on Plateau and Southern Kaduna, but Taraba, 300,000 people, IDP, 20 killed in less than, just a few days ago.
Mike, you've been asking, because we've been doing these videos, unfortunately, tragically, for a while now, of just atrocity after atrocity after atrocity, and you've been calling for the president to say something, to do something. He did, but it seems like the Nigerians, the Fulanis, I should say, folks that are targeting Christians, didn't heed his warning, aren't listening. Is that true?
Yeah. They seems to be daring the president. And you know why? Because the Nigerian state is not taking firm action against them. Rather than the states telling telling Donald Trump, that's the American president, yes, we acknowledge that a crisis is going on. There are killings of Christians. There is genocide. There is genocide against the Christians, and this is what we are going to do. I expect the Nigerian president to tell Mr. Trump that, look, this genocide did not start from me. I did not originate this. And this is what I'm going to do to stop it. I need your help. But they are living in denial. So this has now, emboldened.
Because Nigeria is a country that is built on faulty foundation, built on lies. So everything Nigeria name is full, is is clothed with lies. Nigeria is is full of deceit. So they don't want to accept it because they know what they are benefiting from, the insecurity. You heard Gunta say that how many billion they give to Nigeria every year. Have you asked yourself, this money that EU give to Nigeria, what do they use it to do? The leaders have used it to import terrorists, which is terrorizing the country. Thank God for Donald Trump. Thank God for America. Through the leader who is a man that has a listening ear, a man that stands on the truth. And that is why they hate him, because he stands on the truth. If you stand on the right thing, they will hate you because they want to continue doing evil. Why do they hate Nnamdi Kanu? Because Nnamdi Kanu is standing on the truth. So Donald Trump is standing on the truth. That's why they gathered and paid irats. They all come to media and be typing that it is not true, saying all kind of things. Instead of them to face their problem, instead of Tinubu to come out and say, I have been trying my best to do this, even though he has not been trying. Rather, what he will do is to go and send people to go and counter, thinking that the facts are not there. It's not people that are big pied like that. A lot of people have lost their family, the entire family. Lost everything in a very painful way. In a very painful way. Some people have been in the IDP camp. 19 years, they were giving birth there in the IDP camp. And they are now 19 years, 17 years. How do you think that they will still know where they came from? And that is the takia they are using. So that if those people grew up, the older people, their ancestors or their great-grandparents got into extinction by nature, that where they are in IDP camp, those people cannot trace back their root. And no, to the takia, that is the takia these people are using to take over places. And I thank God for Mazo Genkere, who has told Gutta that, see, the gift of Gulf of Gulf Guinea of is in Biafra land. The Gulf Guinea is in Biafra land. So if these people capture this place, the West are not also in peace. And Donald Trump understands this because it is also a threat to them. And that's why we are calling the Westerners to step up, because this is a threat to the whole world. Human beings wasn't Chineke God. Right? Nah. Okay, so everybody is talking.
Holding the Fulani terrorists to do what they are doing. And mind you, I'm not saying all Fulanis in Nigeria are terrorists, but we have the extremists who feel that Nigeria is their own and they are taking lands that belong to Christians. Middle Belt land, 50 million Nigerian Christians live in the north. Within the Middle Belt region, in Taraba, in Benue, in Adamawa, the Fulanis are grabbing this land. And how are they doing it? They are. And it's like the threat by Trump has just exacerbated the situation because the Nigerian government is not taking action. They are living in denial. So I think Trump really needs to talk to Mr. Tinubu, that's Nigerian president, and so that the president can also put his foot down and tell his service chiefs, you need to exterminate this. Now, let me tell you the situation in Taraba, like we said. Women have seen...
The service chiefs cannot do anything because the Boko Haram are in the midst of the service chiefs. Some of them are the service chiefs. Some of these Boko Haram people are service chiefs. So how do you think that they will do it? Even they come today to tell you that they have captured it, tomorrow, watch out what will happen. They are the heads in police. They are the head in every parastata, in the security. Why is it that they will come to attack and the military and the police, they will be there watching them? And if you are, as a villager, you retaliate to attack them back, you will be the one that the police and the army will face. And they will allow those people to go. It's an orchestrated plan. Okay? So the best thing is for us to go. We are done with Nigeria. Gift, no, you're welcome. They won't. Long time. Thank you for joining, my sister. God bless you. Okay. Oh, Gulf of Guinea, yeah. Yeah, Gulf of Guinea. Back. Thank you for joining. All right, so that is it.
Thousands of women living as IDPs, children not going to school. In short, when I was going to Taraba from Benue State, the first sight I saw was a big truck carrying about 6 coffins. 6 coffins. That was the sight that greeted me in Taraba when I was crossing from Kasinala to Taraba. And then the next thing I saw smokes billowing, and Reverend Father Titus Shimane told me, it's a normal thing. Smoke was just, they were burning houses somewhere. And then the next thing I saw, the soldiers, well-armed soldiers, not doing anything, rather harassing the reverend. And the reverend has to say, look, I'm a reverend father. I'm going to tend to my flocks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Now,
have you seen it? Instead of the military was there, in fact, they can't take it as normal thing. Hey, it is happening here. Oh, they have come again here. That is it. And the Okwande Maduka Nebu, it is people that are being pied, homes being ranked, ransacked. People chased out of their ancestral home. And that is why we Biafrans are resisting, and we will keep resisting it to the last blood in our stream. We cannot allow that to happen to us. One man, Nnamdi Kanu, how gallant he is. Very big, courageous. And that is the problem Nigeria is having with him and the Igbos, because we are courageous. We are not backing down. Imagine the military are there watching them committing such acts. Gịnị ka a na-ekwu di unu na-akpọ service chiefs put an end, president call the military na-ebe ka ọ ga-eme? It cannot be done. It cannot be done. Unu na-ahụ ya ndị we are calling the Nigerian government, we are calling the military na-ebe. And that is why we are pleading that Donald Trump should hasten. He should move fast to end that country called Nigeria. EU, Gunta, the EU have sent Gunta, and Gunta is doing the needful. He's representing EU. So this our struggle has gone far. So we are also calling EU, since you people have stepped out to support America, according to Gunta, where the decision is being made. So you people should speed it up. NATO, Mazi Ogenkere has said it all yesterday. In fact, Mazi Ogenkere, kudos to you. All right. Today's program, even though that people are not much here to share it, from the beginning of this program made today, all the very rich. So please do a favor by clicking the like button. Click the like button. Share to platforms. It is a long broadcast because so many things we brought, and the way who can add the vital. All right. So Mazi Ogenkere did well, and he explained it. NATO should come in, support America. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is a prophet, know what he saw in America and was calling America. And God preserved Mazi Ogenkere in America for a time like this. So we are going home. We are not backing down. Ebe military Ghana, they threatening the Reverend Minister, who is crying out. Look at houses burning, and look at who are doing it. They are still there, burning the houses of people. The Fulanis are still right there. It's happening live, and the military are watching. What they will do is to threaten the Reverend Father, who was complaining. And you say that Nigeria will be better, and you are hoping that the same services will put this thing to an end. It is a dream. You guys are dreaming, because it cannot work. They cannot do it. If they tell you they have done it, it is a deceit, so that they will re-strategize. Look at how they came in mass. Million, billions. So we don't want that tragedy again. We have suffered. Right? Before Ununa support, say Nnamdi Kanu. Look at the next president, Atiku. He has said it all. Just 2 months, 2 to 3 months, honorable with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. His brain has resetted. Also, that he is now a member, one of the members of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But political. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cannot, you can't convince him. Right? So let's go.
The people in Taraba are always complaining that the army is not doing anything to stop the Fulanis from attacking them. This has all the Reverend Fathers that I've spoken to, all the clergymen that I've spoken to, said the military is not doing enough, or they just simply refuse to do anything to stop the Fulanis. I have videos. If I was sitting down, you see people carrying loads on their head, running here. I have a whole lot of, I just got tired. I left there just a few days ago and it's still continuing. Mind you, I will have to tell you also that equipping the persecuted owned by George Saul, when I sent this kind of videos I sent to you, he said, okay, Mike, do an on-spot assessment and tell me what do these people need. And I asked the reverends and they said, well, they need food. I asked the people and they need food. And so he said, okay, can you get them rice or anything? I said, yeah. So we bought them 20 bags of rice in one parish, then went to another parish, we bought 5 bags of rice, bought them, and then the people said, all right, they need money for Medicare. Then he said, well, Mike, equipping the persecuted will also send money. So he sent out.
Look at the Reverend Father, and the IDP camp ka ha nọ and ebugara ha this nri, and in Mahabia they will burn their farms, burn economic jihad ka ndị ajikwa, so that they will subject you to hunger and you saw one of the videos I made, a custom officer na-ekwu that they are also there for the terrorists. They will go to Igbo people's shop in Lagos. We know when it happened. During that Christmas, everybody locked shop. Wega traveled home because we love to go home during Christmas. But the customs were breaking, custom and army were breaking people's shops, packing their loads. It was in the internet, and the government never said anything about that. They will pack these foods and go and give terrorists in the bush, and we're telling them that they risk their life to come here and they are for them. But look at the indigenous people of the land. These are Christians living in this part of the but Nigeria doesn't care whether they are eating, whether they just left them there. They are forgotten. Orchestrated plan. Nigeria that this no way. Thank you, Mark Gold Chukwu Goziegi Ndewo for joining this broadcast. Yes, he just came and you championed it. All right, God bless you. So we are no more interested in that zoo country called ex-Nigeria. According to Gunther, it's ex-Nigeria. Let it go for good and let us have our peace. Okay? We are not interested anymore because we get anything good that can come out from it. The thing has eaten into the fabrics. Again, I'm telling you. Hey, so that is the problem. Nigerian government, why should they be going to take care of them? Because no Boko Haram no nisi. Why will you leave these people? This boy, a lot of them don't even know where is their ancestral home anymore because you can't go closer. On our Wunkenji we go see video, which one of the videos I made, where the pastor, was even in contact with one of the Fulanis because they have been there. And when they saw these people with their cows everywhere, oh boy, Asia, what is happening? Why are this? Asia, nothing is happening. There's no problem. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. Where they are, there is a problem there. So they are running, not knowing that the attacker. And this man was outside the house to take breeze that evening. Lo and behold, his 5 children and his wife were burnt inside his house. Everything else you were born mad. One old woman, they even shot the woman. Oh, Makanachuku Zoro, the woman. The husband died and the children died. Is he no Bodoga Adema? This man who Kuriota can say President Tinubu should call the services. But in a hundia neighbor who now protecting and threatening this Reverend Father. I know my church, My church is always, from time to time, they will go to Benue to go and give them relief material, food material, medical treatment, so many things. Otu aka ga 2 bags of rice, burubugara ha. Onye ga no the country Ebodas name with a president. Is that onye aka ga no name? For how long will it continue like that? These people are must give ha kwa. Na Nigeria but fiakwa. Okay,
let's send some amount of money and then for Medicare for those IDPs. That is what Equipment Persecuted did within the weeks. I'm going to show you the pictures too. But the situation in Taraba is very dire. These people are in some of these IDPs I'm talking about. They are sleeping on in classrooms with sometimes no windows, no ceiling. And so thank God it's not the rainy season. If not, they would have been sleeping in the rain. But then this is a Hamatan period. It's going to be very cold. So I told Mr. George that these people will be needing blankets. They'll be needing other things. Taraba is in southern Taraba, particularly Wukari and Takum are in distress. The Fulanis have encapsulated that place.
Well, Mike, thank you. Thank you for sharing the truth. Thank you for speaking out on behalf of those who can't speak. The interviews, the videos that we do with you are invaluable to hopefully make international change. But as for now, Mike, God bless you and thanks again, my brother.
Please, I wish to thank you, Raj Nair, for standing by us. I wish to thank the American President Donald Trump, and I'm still calling on Donald Trump. Please do something. And again, you may wish to go to www.equippingthepersecuted.org, or you check out Mr. George Saul, and then maybe you can talk to him to see how it goes. Of course, you know our address too, Truth Nigeria. You can visit it for more information. Thank you and God bless you, Mr. Raj.
Vor kurzem habe ich die Pflegeroutine eines Mannes beobachtet, der pure Selbstsicherheit und Präsenz ausstrahlte, vor allem in
Okay, so, oh God.
Shimanian just called me. I'm going to do this. I'm going to tell you also that 20 bags of rice in one parish, then when they need to send money for those IDPs. That is what Equipment Persecuted.
So, I am no go near. All right. We have heard it. How it is happening. How it is happening. Kemgbe ga-enyegide ndị a nri wee kwụsị. Kemgbe ga-enyegide ha nri wee kwụsị. Nigeria is gone and gone. It cannot come back. Okay? Gift. That is Orlando was just calling my attention that Adan Joshua made a broadcast yesterday night and was casting laying curses on Mazo Geshukwu Nkere. And see, I don't know about the broadcast because I was not around yesterday. So though Yawan Honoro, he said he cannot speak because I dropped link here in case anybody wants to speak. There is a link. So he say he is on he just finished. If you see, he say he's back to work because he's working, he cannot do that. All right. So Naju Adande Osho. Ihe niile ndị niile ha na-agagwu na-eme na ha na Azọ Biafra. Where have they gone? But these people don't want Biafra. They are not for this freedom. Hapụ Adande Osho maka na ndị mmadụ na-aga n'ebe a na-akụ asịrị. Mere ha aga, they will now gather in her platform na-akụ inyo. But ebe ha hụrụ ya na-ekwu eziokwu, they won't come to ebe a na-ekwu eziokwu. All the thing on Ele is on her head. Somebody say that we should pray. I think it's Orlando. We should pray for our APM after Adando she went to align with Ajere wee dakapo. So otos we ga hogwa Mazi Simon Ekpa. After hugging Mazi Simon Ekpa we dawazikwa aja nke ya to the send nose ya na ngozi ka ọ na-anụrụ okwu. You know that kind of a thing. So we pray that he get his sanity and God will free him, just like our Mazi Ogenkere has also called for his release, right? Gunther has also mentioned it, so that EU will step in. Their intention of sending or repatriating political asylum seekers or refugees, political freedom refugee seekers, that they wanted to send them back to Nigeria to go and face Nigeria, but they will not do it because they have seen that Nigeria is a failed state. Nigeria is a failed country. Okay, so Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere has done well. That broadcast yesterday, Yana Gunta Mere, I so much love it. I'm still repeating it. I so much love that broadcast. I'm still calling that I'm disappointed n'onye dịka university, onye a na-akpọ university. Ihe o mere na nwanne nya tụrụ m anya. I could not fathom it. Nnọkọta mechie. Achịkwa m na university ma ihe. I'm repeating it again. University bịa sị anyị na enwere division na ndị na-eme who that is moving this struggle is the Brigade Governing Council. Amụọ ya amụ. Brigade Governing Council. When on our home news everywhere, post France news here and there, calling about the lobbyists, whom they say that lobbyists, these people, they don't want this freedom to come, but they have they cannot stop it. Just like Magold has said, there is no turning back. We have reached Atiku, the NAS president, who was narrating his encounter with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has said it, that there is something that Igbo people, they are, in fact, that it has reached at the stage that when you are doing somebody something, or saying that, in fact, and even Madebo should take that kind of decision, that it is a very dangerous decision. Ndị emega anyị tati mee anyị ihe mere anyị ji wee sị gịnị kwanụ ka aka dị ndụ eme? If you don't fight to live, so what are you living for? If you don't fight to live, what are you living for? And that is what we are trying to do. We are fighting to survive. We are fighting to exist. And thank God for Donald Trump, who has come in, and the Gunther said it, that in America, that is where decisions made. So as that Trump has is calling in for the recognition of Biafra in international, and Mazi Ogenkere, who is moving this struggle, instead in the disuniting her. Now then, the spirit white hair woman, according to Gifty, instead of them to join hand, Hana ngara ekweghị ha, envy ekweghị ha. Well, Remigius nwanne nya makwa m ihe o kwukwere nke ụnyaa, nwanne nya ahụ, he sounded positive. Though na-ekwezighị ka o kwuo the next na asịkwa nna ma otu ndị ọcha si eche echiche, ọ karị ga direct ebe ọ na-asị that ka ọ gwa ndị be anyị okwu, that we didn't come here to come and say who is who. N'ihe ọ na-ekwu whoever that is carrying the struggle, ka enye onye ahụ ohere ka o move the struggle, and it was indirect way supporting Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere, because ha ahụjugo n'anya. University bịara isave CRC accountability group too. They have been there, and they have seen their ends. They have seen their intention. Ọkwa Biafra Disunited say no ji anya ya wee hụ ntị ya. Within the few days or few weeks, they worked with Imam Madu Abuha. Or this man who is working tirelessly to see that this diplomatic move is moving speedily internationally. Or at this period, na bi ekwunye na agba ka moto. University apụta na ebi ekwunye ka agba ka moto. Biafra Disunited anọrọ na side nke ya. na-enwe envy. Ada ndị Osho nọrọ na nke ya na-atụ asị niile ọ na-atụ. Ada ndị Osho, the land of Biafra will never forgive you for what you have done. Ọ gị na Ngozi chụpụsịrị ndị niile, the genuine people, Madam Azuka ha na ndị na Gaddafi and Madam Ariwa ha na ndị ọzọ, ọnụnwa chụpụsịrị ha. Then unu hụ onye ebe ọkụ na-acha, unu achọ ka unu bịa nyụọ ọkụ ahụ. Unu ga-anọgide n'isi, since you people don't like light. But for our freedom, God has done it for us. Ekwensu say, do not be troubled, be still. In the book of John 14, verse 1, I'll say, do not let your heart be troubled. Exodus 13 to 14, I'll say, be still. For the Egyptians you see today, you shall see them no more. Just be calm and see the deliverance I will give to you. And God has brought our destiny helper. Our deliverance is here from the hand of the Zanjaweed Zoo country, of the terrorist country. God has come to deliver us. Okay? Ihe Maazị Nnamdi Kanu hụrụ na-eti mkpu US. God preserved Maazị Ogechukwu Nkere in US in a time like this. Oh ya ka ndị Osho a na-agaghị ekwe for him ịnwụrụ mmiri tọgbọ iko. Ha na-arịgharị ka mmụọ ọjọọ. But onweghị ihe oke nwere ike ime akpa rice. All of you are hitting your hand in a tipper mbụ aja. A tipper that is carrying sand. You are going to hit it until you feel you can fall it. You can't fall it now. Itigide aka ga-etishie tipper na-agara onwe ya. You can't fall that tipper. The foundation is solid. Our Minister of Information saying that everywhere is sealed. You can't betray it the way you used to. Elias, I have told you, now you go upon this struggle. No going to get this struggle till the end. And this is where we are heading. We are internationally now. All right? Maazị Nnamdi Kanu nọ na Nigeria, na-eti ndị Nigeria mgbe a nwụrụ anwụ n'isi. Look at him in the Supreme Court defending himself. George na-ajụ ya ajụjụ, ọ na-aza na Chineke nna. Oh God of mercy. Oh Jehovah, thank you. I was so much happy looking at Maazị Nnamdi Kanu's face. Look at the solidarity in Supreme Court. Oh Jehovah, it is well. It is well. We are in our home. Ọ naghị adịgide ọnwa mgbe nta. Ọ naghị adịgide just nwa mgbe nta. Okay? Please, if you have not clicked the like button, I beg you, click the like button and do us favor. I know I have stayed long because akwadoro m akwado tata. Ịgwa eziokwu, akwadoro m akwado for this broadcast, and this broadcast is very rich. We have made a lot of expositions. A lot. So please help me to send it to platforms, share it, and click the like button. So that YouTube ga-enwe ike na-forward ya. YouTube ga-enwe ike na-agbasa. The more you click the like button, the more you are helping the platform to go viral. It will help us to grow. Our subscription is still low. Please, if you have not subscribed, Mark Gold, have you subscribed? Please, if you've not done that, please do us a favor to subscribe. Do not forget, please. Do not forget to subscribe, all right? And encourage others to subscribe. Encourage others. We are going home. 2 days ago and yesterday was a great day in the space. And we are here to buttress it. Okay. Thank you. So let us play music in solidarity to what happened in the court yesterday. Our Maazị Nnamdi Kanu made us proud, and Maazị Ogechukwu Nkere made us proud yesterday too. He made Biafrans proud yesterday. Kudos. Ndewonu. And all Genu Biafrans, God will bless all of us. Do not shake. Do not be tired. Do not be weary. Okay? Ọ naghị adị mfe, ọ dịghọ mfe. Onye ya na-ekweso na-anụ ọgụ, ọ dịghọ mfe. Okay? You keep praying, keep acting. Ha nwere na-emekwa nke ha, but ọ bụrụkwa ma victory, ọ ga-emecha adịrị ụmụ Chukwu. Victory is ours. And we are heading to our victorious land. Okay? So please share. If he wants to speak, there is a link. And if not, after playing solidarity song with our Madike, our supreme leader, I love this man, then we'll end it. So, but there is link. There is a link, and you can still do well. Please share this broadcast. Please. Biko, let's share it. Let's share it to platforms, to groups. Well, ndewonu. Anyị agbalego nke taa. First Biafra, Monday Osas, Joyce, Aderele, Shishi, Orlando, Wisdom, Biafra Divine, yes, Orlando, yeah. Gift Favor, Ndewo, Mark Gold. Thank you all for joining, for being part of this broadcast. Ndewo nu, Chukwu gozie unu niile. Anyị alarugo be anyị o, nwa mgbe nta. Ike agwụ n'onye ọwụna. We are in our country because the way this Gunta Jekwu, he is very, very positive. He is very, very positive. So we have gotten the support of EU and US. All right. So ndewonu. Thank you all. We'll keep praying for Nnamdi Kanu to be released, Mazi Samanekwa to be released, and all other Biafrans adopted illegally. Let them be released, and let God continue to strengthen Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere and the lobbies. Let them keep doing the needful. Ndewonu, Chukwu gozie mmadụ niile. From me, from here. Bye. Till next